Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Adesso reciterò per una volta la preghiera e poi vediamo se rimanete tutti, continuiamo con la recitazione, magari dando qualche indicazione in più, altrimenti chiudiamo per iniziare, se appunto qualcuno va via facciamo la dedica. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti di graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi e interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati a 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente a ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere degli Akini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ok. Allora, niente, vedo che si è aggiunta Barbara. Allora facciamo prima la dedica, una dedica molto breve, no? In cui dedichiamo i meriti che abbiamo generato facendo questa prima parte di pratica al beneficio di tutti gli esseri e in particolare affinché al più presto la malattia che sta imperversando in tutto il pianeta abbia termine, e quindi tutta la sofferenza che moltissimi esseri stanno patendo, sia per la malattia stessa, sia perché passano ad altra vita in solitudine, sia per tutti coloro che soffrono di questa separazione, abbia termine. E così pure dedichiamo per la lunga vita dei nostri maestri, in particolare Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, e tutti i maestri da cui noi riceviamo insegnamenti e che questi insegnamenti ci stanno dando del beneficio. Ecco, quindi direi che riniziamo, ecco, per coloro che rimangono e quelli che si sono aggiunti, e appunto facciamo in questo modo, facciamo ancora qualche minuto di osservazione della nostra mente. Per chi è appena arrivato semplicemente osserva il respiro, per chi ha già fatto questa sessione osserva la propria mente a vedere che cosa combina, dove va, dove si dirige, dove si ferma, e quindi alimentare quella introspezione necessaria per poter portare avanti la pratica, e lo facciamo per qualche minuto. Dopo aver osservato la nostra mente e averla pacificata, cerchiamo di far sorgere o di rinvigorire la nostra corretta motivazione. E per la nostra motivazione, giusto per rinfrescarci un po', dobbiamo sempre partire da noi stessi. Abbiamo avuto questa grande fortuna in questa vita di avere una preziosa rinascita umana, che non è scontata, non è garantita, perché lo possiamo vedere attorno a noi, e non ci ricordiamo da dove proveniamo, però guardando attorno a noi possiamo vedere tantissime forme di vita, quelle che noi possiamo percepire, e così pure ci sono forme di vita che non riusciamo a percepire, perché i nostri sensi sono limitati. Questo non vuol dire che non esistono perché non li percepiamo, ma semplicemente non li percepiamo. E quelle forme di esistenza le abbiamo passate innumerevoli volte. Quindi, come dice il Signore Buddha, siamo all'interno del samsara e continuiamo ad andare su come dei fagioli che bollono in un gran pentolone. E quindi dall'alto scendiamo nel basso e poi venire riportati verso l'alto. E se non facciamo niente, non possiamo uscire da questa condizione. Dobbiamo fare qualcosa. Questo non è causato da qualcosa di esterno, non c'è un'entità esterna che ci ha condannati a divenire continuamente, a passare da una vita all'altra. Il responsabile è dentro la nostra mente. Quindi la nostra mente è responsabile di ciò che ci accade, la nostra mente è responsabile per uscire da ciò che ci accade. Tutto ciò che si manifesta all'esterno è il risultato della nostra mente. Tutte le sofferenze che patiamo sono il risultato della nostra mente. Quindi bisogna andare all'origine di tutto, cioè dentro di noi, dentro quella mente incredibile che ha una capacità, come un grande pittore, di dipingere tutto ciò che noi osserviamo. È lì che dobbiamo intervenire. E il modo migliore per intervenire, appunto, è osservarla e cercare di eliminare i pensieri disturbanti e invece rinvigorire e nutrire i pensieri, invece che ci fanno sperimentare ciò che noi vogliamo, la felicità. E non dover sopportare ciò che non vogliamo, la sofferenza. Il semplice desiderare questo non avviene, bisogna agire dentro. E uno dei modi migliori per agire nel modo più proficuo è quello di scambiare se stessi con gli altri, quello di vedere che gli altri sono estremamente importanti, che gli altri stanno soffrendo nel nostro stesso modo, che gli altri sono estremamente gentili con noi, perché senza gli altri non possiamo sperimentare niente di buono e senza gli altri non possiamo sviluppare quelle grandi qualità che ci possono portare fuori come un vascello potente fuori da questa esistenza ciclica. E quindi dobbiamo sviluppare l'altruismo, vedere l'importanza degli altri. Gli altri sono importanti come Buddha, abbiamo bisogno di entrambi, dei Buddha che ci insegnino come uscire, degli altri per poterci motivare. E quindi cerchiamo di motivare noi stessi usando come enzima, come potente motivatore anche il fatto che questa permanenza in questo stato umano prezioso non durerà a lungo, può terminare da un momento all'altro e quindi non possiamo perdere tempo, dobbiamo darci da fare ora e adesso senza rinviare. Quindi cerchiamo di spendere qualche minuto nella motivazione più alta, il raggiungimento dello stato più alto, lo sviluppo delle nostre qualità interiori, per essere in grado di beneficiare tutti gli altri e portarli allo stesso stato, lo stato di estrema e completa liberazione da ogni tipo di sofferenza. nello spazio di fronte a noi. Per chi ha già iniziato prima, ricordiamoci che abbiamo Buddha Chenrezig, nella sua forma smagliante, che ci osserva. Attorno a noi tutti gli esseri di cui ci vogliamo prendere la responsabilità di poterli condurre a uno stato di liberazione totale. Per fare questo dobbiamo prendere rifugio, quindi dobbiamo appunto, noi e tutti gli esseri, che sono tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, dobbiamo prendere rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, perché è colui che ci indica la via. Quindi prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. E dopo aver preso rifugio, recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig, e mentre recitiamo questo mantra, immaginiamo che dal cuore di Buddha Chenrezig, che è di fronte a noi, raggi di luce bianca si emanano, raggiungono noi stessi e gli esseri attorno a noi, e sentiamo questa purificazione, sentiamo proprio che entrano questi raggi di luce, purificano il nostro corpo e la nostra mente, praticamente rendendo il nostro corpo trasparente, così pure il corpo di tutti gli esseri. E cerchiamo di concentrarci sul suono del mantra, sia che lo recitiamo ad alta voce, sia che lo bisbigliamo, sia che lo recitiamo mentalmente, ma sentiamo proprio questa vibrazione che entra dentro di noi e va a alimentare la nostra compassione che è dentro di noi, fa parte della nostra mente, è semplicemente coperta dai difetti mentali. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. E recitiamo per circa 10 minuti. Om mani padme hum. Con consapevolezza teniamo a mente quello che sta succedendo, quindi la visualizzazione che stiamo facendo, e con l'introspezione guardiamo, facciamo come dire, teniamo acceso l'allarme se per caso la nostra mente incomincia a vagare e andare altrove. Quando ci accorgiamo che la nostra mente è andata altrove, e questo accade, a meno che non siamo già dei Buddha completamente realizzati, senza indispettirci, ma semplicemente con molto distacco, lasciamo andare quel pensiero, quella immagine, quella distrazione e torniamo al mantra. Tutte le volte che accade, tranquillamente. Questo è il nostro impegno, non solo per il nostro beneficio, ma per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri. Un mani padme, un mani padme, un mani padme, un mani padme, un mani padme. mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om 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 mani padme hum. Ecco, ora uniamo questa preghiera, la preghiera effettiva. Questa volta non riesco a metterlo da condividere con voi la preghiera, questa volta non ho dato questa possibilità, quindi la leggerò 2 volte, abbastanza in modo lento, così in modo tale che chi non ha il testo davanti può seguirla. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causata dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificate, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. La leggiamo per la seconda volta. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbia splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ed ora semplicemente ci impegniamo nell'assorbimento della figura di Chenrezig di fronte a noi. Quindi immaginiamo che viene sulla sommità del nostro capo, mettendosi nella stessa direzione, si rimpicciolisce, e quando assume la dimensione di un pollice dalla nostra mano, entra dal canale centrale e va a assorbirsi completamente nel nostro cuore. E la nostra mente diventa inseparabile dalla mente di Chenrezig, il Buddha della compassione. Quindi rimaniamo per qualche istante in questa dimensione. Dopo aver fatto questo, facciamo la dedica e quindi dedichiamo prima di tutto per la realizzazione di bodhicitta. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Dedichiamo per gli ammalati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Poi dedichiamo affinché noi possiamo essere sempre al servizio degli esseri, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nelle foreste, possa essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. E quindi ora dedichiamo nel modo migliore per preservare questi meriti attraverso il sigillo della vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, dai innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Quindi adesso dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche e di tutti i maestri da cui riceviamo insegnamenti. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri, i tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ecco, abbiamo finito. Vi ringrazio per aver condiviso, per la vostra pazienza e per la vostra partecipazione. E adesso penso che c'è Thupten Chönying che mi sostituisce e porterà avanti la sua sessione in inglese. E quindi vi ringrazio. Chi ha appuntamento con me domani ci vediamo domani, altrimenti sabato prossimo. So, Thupten Chönying, thank you that you are there.
Ciao. Thank you so much, Venerable.
Yeah, and now it's your time, isn't it?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, how are you?
Good, thank you. And you?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just enjoying.
Good.
Okay, so have a nice session.
Thank you so much.
And take care. Now,
Okay.
I just did
too.
1 hour. Now I go away. Sorry.
Okay, I appreciate it and rejoice. So thank you. See you.
Bye.
So hello to everyone who may be joining me for the next session of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer to alleviate disease. We are doing this 24-hour prayerathon at the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And it's really just something to be very happy about, that we're taking this time in order to actually do this meaningful practice in order to bring benefit to all sentient beings. As we prepare to generate our motivation, we can think about all the things that we've been hearing lately about There are new variants coming, and worries that the vaccines now need to be adapted in order to also prevent infection from the variants. So there's a lot of worry, I think, that this situation is going to go on for a long time and cause much more suffering and deaths. And when we hear this kind of news, it can be very difficult to stay positive. But doing a practice like this is what helps us shift our mind from depression and self-focused worry, or worry for our immediate family, and be thinking about our global community, how this virus affects everyone, and that by doing this practice, we are, because it is something meaningful, because it is something that we can use to generate compassion, seeing all sentient beings as equal. If we're Buddhist, as seeing them all having been our mothers, having been kind to us in many lifetimes from interdependence, even this lifetime, and really wishing that they be free of all suffering, and knowing that the practice that we're about to do has that plants those karmic seeds. And so we can take thinking about difficult situations and make it something that actually generates compassion, a really positive state of mind. And so the practice that we're going to do is, you can find it by clicking on the link under the video. There's a free booklet of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease, and the dedication verses that Rinpoche wants us to read specifically for COVID. As you are doing the practice, you have a couple of options for doing the visualization. Within the booklet, you'll find on page 4, there is a beautiful image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And Rinpoche has recommended that as you are doing the practice, saying the mantras, you can be looking at this image. And Thangtong Gyalpo is the one who spontaneously created this practice in response to an epidemic that was happening at the Great Shakya Monastery. There was a pandemic there that was out of control, and nothing was working, nothing was stopping it. And this great practitioner recited this prayer, and it immediately stopped the disease. And now we have this blessing from him that we can do it as well. And so you can be looking at with great respect and admiration at this image, or because it's a practice of Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara, you can also use an image of Chenrezig, or if you're used to doing a practice of Chenrezig, visualizing this glorious white Buddha who is the embodiment of compassion, who radiates light rays, healing all sentient beings of all suffering of body and mind. So whichever visualization works best for you, and try and refresh it as often as you can throughout the practice. If you forget, that's okay. We have a very distracted mind, most of us. If you're like me, it's very easy to forget. And so when you realize you've forgotten, just try and refresh your visualization. It's not a problem. It's very normal for a beginner like me. So we're going to start with the motivation, and we'll say this 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so bringing to mind the visualization of Chenrezig sending out the healing light rays to all sentient beings. You can imagine them in the form of humans if it makes it easier, rather than trying to think of all different types of sentient beings, all the different animals, beings from other realms. Or you can have the picture in front of you. As we say the Mani mantra, I'll recite a mala of them out loud, and then we'll do some more quietly on our own at our own pace. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then holding the visualization as best you can, we say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so just take a moment, visualizing that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all sufferings of body and mind. The results of their karma finished, past karma is finished, and all the seeds of any suffering in the future, those karmic seeds have been completely purified. And they attain the perfect state of body and mind, full enlightenment. And think about how wonderful that would be if there were no more suffering, only bliss and happiness for all sentient beings. And then as we dedicate, thinking with special responsibility that I myself will help make this happen, will make this possible. And so we pray to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain this state of Vajradhara. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives, by the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. To be able to meet, practice, and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, may I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Dragpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. To always be used by sentient beings, like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. To hold sentient beings as precious, may I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. To abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Dedication to be wish fulfilling for others. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Dedication for any sentient being who sees me and so forth, to be free from suffering and experience every happiness. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Then we seal the merits with emptiness. And I'll say this a little bit slower so that we can really think about emptiness as we dedicate. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. To dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings to spread in the hearts of all sentient beings. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losang Dragpa shine resplendent forever. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and you can keep all of your gurus in your heart. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And I get the pleasure of saying hello to my friend Venerable Joan, who has joined us from up at Kopan Monastery.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
It's almost becoming a weekly thing, isn't it?
Yeah, somehow it seems to be working out that you're always before me. That's nice.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Kopan lineage going.
Exactly. For those who are watching, I'm at the nunnery. So we're in 2 parts of Kopan, separate, but not able to see each other very often, just digitally.
Yeah. We'll see each other more often here than in real life.
Yeah, that's true. All right, okay. Well, I'll leave it with you, Venerable Joan.
Thank you. See you, I hope, soon in real life.
I hope so too, yes.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so let's begin the next session. So if you've already done the last session, of course, your mind's already in a good place. You've set up a good motivation, so you can keep that good motivation. And if you like, keep on reciting either the mantra of Chenrezig or the prayer while I lead a motivation. And if you're new to this session, let me begin by just saying my name is Joan. And as Venerable Chuyung said, I'm at Kopan Monastery in Nepal, just up the road from Kopan Nunnery. And I've been here the whole lockdown. So it's been a good place to be, though. Okay, so let's begin the session. So let's just take a moment to just make ourselves kind of present, ready for this session by bringing our mind here to our meditation cushion. If you're sitting on a cushion or wherever you're sitting, just bring your mind there, letting go of whatever you've been doing, letting go of thoughts about other events in the day. And just trying to get into a nice, relaxed space. So you can do this just by focusing on your breathing for a moment. And then we can begin to think about why we're doing this session. And of course, we know we're doing it in order to help eliminate COVID-19 from this world. But we really need to get into a place of very strong compassion to make these prayers powerful and effective. So to do that, we can begin small by thinking of how this disease has affected us personally and developing self-compassion, compassion for ourselves. It's hard to find compassion in our hearts for others when we can't feel it for ourselves. And of course, for probably all of us, our life has changed due to this pandemic. So it might have affected you very directly if you've been sick, or if your family members have been sick, or if you've even lost somebody due to the disease. And of course, there's many ways in which this pandemic is affecting our lives. It's totally changed the lifestyle for our lifestyle for most of us. The freedoms we used to take for granted, to go meet up with family, to meet up with friends, even to go to work, go to school, go out to a restaurant, go to watch a movie somewhere, go out with friends. All this has changed very dramatically for most of us, unless you're fortunate to live in a place where the disease has been mainly kept under control. Your life has changed quite a lot. So just spend a moment reflecting on how your life has changed over the past 10, 11 months. And develop the thought, wishing yourself to be free from all these difficult challenges and difficulties and problems that you're experiencing. And then we think about the challenges that others have faced, beginning close to ourselves with the people we know, our people in our family, our friends, the people we work with, go to school with. And you can think of individual people and the sufferings and challenges and problems they faced and open your heart to them, wishing that they be free from all these difficulties. So if you know somebody who's sick, you can wish them to be free from this illness, to find the treatment they need to recover completely. And then, of course, there's all sorts of suffering that people you know might be experiencing, whether it's loss of a job or fear of losing a job, difficulties, economic difficulties, stress in the family, stress at work, loneliness, depression, all sorts of worries and fears that people are experiencing directly as a result of the pandemic. So just quickly go through the people you know, and as you think of each one, open your heart to them, thinking about the different challenges they're facing and wishing them to be free from those challenges. Then we can think of all the many people in the world that we don't know, but who are suffering in the same way as we ourselves and our families and friends. So many people have lost loved ones. Others have loved ones in hospital. Maybe their life threatened by this illness, some on ventilators, some steadily getting worse and maybe soon to be put on ventilators. Some people are experiencing the long-term kind of COVID where they have different kinds of problems. And then, of course, all the side effects of the economic fallout, loss of jobs, fear of losing jobs, the dangers of going to work if you're still forced to go to work because of the type of job you have. Then all just the sufferings that come from all the different restrictions, depending on where people are. This can be quite severe or more relaxed. All the difficulties of social distancing, staying at home and spending more time alone or with just a small group of people, and the stress that might entail. And so we really open our hearts to the people around the world, in your own community, in your own country, and then all around the world, people are in the same situation or similar situations. And so we do this practice for all of them. We make strong prayers and wishes as we recite the mantra and do the prayers that all these people everywhere may be free from this suffering caused by COVID-19. And of course, you can include people who are experiencing other forms of suffering, other forms of illness, for example, injury, mental difficulties, challenges. So let's recite the refuge prayer together. Chenrezig Institute, could I just share the screen? I don't seem to be able to do that.
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
Should be right now.
Yeah, looks like. Thank you. Okay, so you can read along with me. We'll do what's called the motivation here, but it's actually a prayer of refuge 3 times. Thinking of all the suffering and seeking help and guidance from the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha to be able to be of benefit to others. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then we can visualize Chenrezig. If you have received the appropriate empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, either in the 4-armed aspect or the 1,000-armed aspect. And if you haven't, you can visualize Chenrezig in front of you or above the crown of your head. And then from the heart of Chenrezig and from every pore of his body, rays of light and nectar flow out. And then we can think with all those beings that we've thought of and are doing this practice for, are seated in front of ourselves, and Chenrezig comes to the top of the head of each of them. And as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, rays of light and nectar flow down from Chenrezig and enter the bodies of that person, relieving their suffering and also eliminating the causes of their suffering, all the negative karma and delusions that bring about the suffering of COVID-19 and other forms of illness and other forms of suffering. So if you know specific people with specific problems, you can visualize them sitting directly in front of you, facing you, and above the crown of their head is a Chenrezig. And as we do the mantra, gradually their suffering becomes relieved by the light and nectar flowing from Chenrezig. So I'll recite the mantra out loud, but you can do it silently at your own speed, or join me, whatever works best for you. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Amani pame hung, 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 amani pame hung. Amani pame hung, 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 amani pame hung. Amani pame hung, 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 amani pame hung. Amani pame hung, 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 amani pame hung. Amani pame hung, 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 amani pame hung. Amani pame hung, 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 amani pame hung. Amani pame hung, 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 amani pame hung. Omani pame hung, omani pame hung, omani pame hung. So we can think that all the people visualized in front of us, all their bodies have been completely filled with white light and nectar. All their negative karma is purified. All their sickness has been relieved. And the Chenrezig above the crown of each of their heads melts into light and absorbs into them. And they gain all the qualities of Chenrezig, all the infinite compassion and love and kindness and generosity and wisdom. And they all become Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. And just feel for a moment how wonderful it would be if this would actually come true, that all beings everywhere were free from all forms of suffering and achieve their fullest potential, that of the infinite qualities of an enlightened being. And then we come back to the reality of our current situation, where instead there's much suffering in this world and in all sorts of different places that we can't even begin to imagine. So then we, out of this place of compassion and wishing to be of benefit to others, we recite the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo for liberating. In particular, he wrote it to liberate Sakya, a place in Tibet, from an epidemic. But we recite it now to eliminate all the diseases in this world, and in particular, we focus on COVID-19 as it's causing so much suffering around the world. So we recite this prayer 3 times. Please join me and recite it together with me. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, coming from a place of strong compassion and a strong wish that COVID-19 may completely disappear from the face of this world and never return again, not cause any more suffering to anybody. We say this prayer one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we generate the really strong wish that, due to the force of our good motivation and our mantras of the Buddha of compassion and this prayers, that this illness and all illnesses may immediately cease to exist in this world, that all those who are sick may receive the treatments they need to become free from this illness, and that no one else may ever get sick from it. So then we do some actual dedication verses, and what we're dedicating here is not only the merit or the virtue that we've created by doing this short session, but we combine that merit with all the merit we've ever created, not only in this life, but in all our past lives from beginningless rebirths. So of course, in many rebirths, we've been good people and we've done good things. So we've created karma, good karma. And then in this life, we've created a lot of good karma, a lot of virtue and merits. And then we can even dedicate the merits that we'll go on to create in this life and in our future lives. But then we don't just leave it there, we combine it with all the past, present, and future merits of all the Buddhas. And we can think that from beginningless rebirths, there's actually numberless beings who've worked hard and achieved this state of enlightenment. And they've done this through accumulating a vast store of merit and are going on creating a vast store of merit because of the strength of their compassion and bodhicitta. And then we combine this merit of ourselves and all the Buddhas with all the merits created by all sentient beings, again in the past, that they're creating in the present, and that they will go on to create in the future. So we're actually dedicating this huge amount of virtuous energy that our prayers may come true, that they may be realized quickly right now. So we begin by dedicating for the actualization of bodhicitta, not only in ourselves, but in all beings, and also for the realization of emptiness to be generated in our mind and in the mind of all sentient beings. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. So then we do this verse that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has been saying since the beginning of this pandemic from Bodhisattva Charyavatara by Shantideva. So it's been blessed by the power of his bodhicitta. So we say this prayer, we're wishing really that COVID-19 and all the other diseases that torment human beings in all forms of life may immediately be eliminated and never return again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigrated beings never occur again. So we really wish that from the depths of our heart. And dedicate all our past, present virtue, and those of all the Buddhists and all sentient beings for this to happen. And then we can think of all those who've died of COVID-19 and all those we know or don't know who've died of other causes, especially those who died in the last 49 days and who we can affect their rebirth. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche encourages us to pray that they may never ever be reborn in the lower realms, that instead they may be reborn immediately in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment. And if they don't have the karma for this to happen, that they may at least receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified guru, revealing the unmistaken path to enlightenment, and that by following this path, that they may quickly achieve enlightenment. So we dedicate that for all those we know who have died of COVID and other causes in the recent times, as well as all human beings everywhere who have died of COVID since the beginning of this pandemic. So then we can do these verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear, meaning may I become their guru, and may I be of great benefit to them, and then may they appreciate this and value this. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as sentient beings have not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And then we seal the merits with emptiness, that they may not be destroyed by anger or giving rise to wrong view, heresy. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we conclude the session by dedicating for the long life of all our precious lamas, our precious gurus, who guide us on the path to enlightenment. And in particular here, we have prayers for His Holiness Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but you can include all your gurus. May they all have long lives, be free from illness, be free of obstacles to their giving teachings unceasingly, and that all their vast activities for the benefit of sentient beings and the flourishing of the Dharma may be realized without the slightest obstacle. So first, for His Holiness, here at the bottom of the page, wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so thank you to anybody who's joined me, and thank you to Chenrezig Institute for your technical support. And hi to Annie Losang. Oh, can't hear you. Can see you.
Hello, Venerable Joan.
Wow, so nice to see you.
Yeah,
It's been a long time. Wow.
yeah. Usually I do later this thing, but then I have something with the Israelis, so I cannot. This is why. Where are you?
I'm in Copan.
Ale, wow! Since the beginning of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Wow, lucky you.
Yeah, very lucky.
Do you experience it as lucky or not so much?
Yes. Oh, totally.
Yeah, with Rinpoche being there and Kandrila and everybody, and wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's been really I feel very privileged to be able to stay here. Yeah.
You have
really
good
nice.
karma to have been there at the right moment.
Yeah.
Tell me what. So then, with the visa, they just let you stay, or what?
Yep. Yeah, Nepal has just gone on allowing people to extend their visas. So, usually we just get 5 months a year, but this year,
Right.
every 2 or 3 months, they say, you know, now it's going to end. And then a few days before it ends, they allow us to extend it again.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, they've been very good. The Nepali government has been actually very practical and very kind.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Nice. I rejoice
Thank you.
for you.
You're in Switzerland, I guess.
Yeah, I'm in the center in Bern. Yeah.
I see the beautiful taras behind you. Wow.
Yeah, we have like all the look, the 21, there are
Wow.
like,
So nice.
yeah, it is beautiful. We do a lot of Tara practice also. We started doing, because of the pandemic, every Thursday morning we do Green Tara, and we do of course, the 4 mandala offerings, Chitamani Tara. Between Christmas and New Year, we do 21 Tara retreat, and then Tara night on the 31st, and also with the group in the French-speaking part, we agreed to do Tara night every 2 months. So
fantastic! Wow.
nice. Yeah, it's really nice, and the energy that it gives is like quite light and not so heavy.
Very joyful energy with Tara.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's good.
It'd be nice to talk longer, but I guess I better let you go.
Yeah, have a good night. I guess it's evening where you are. Yeah.
It is. It's almost 6:30.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, John.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so I thought because we're going to do Chenrezig practice afterwards, like when we do our Mani Padme Hum, there's a very nice prayer that is directed towards Chenrezig or Avalokiteshvara. So I thought it's good to take refuge before, though. So again, you know, whoever's listening, it's really good to think, what does it mean, refuge for me? What do I take refuge in? Like the qualities of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and then to become aware of our own situation, that even though, you know, maybe you listen to the chat with Venerable Joan. I mean, it's wonderful to be in Kopan. It's wonderful to be there when Rinpoche is there, and Khandrula, and all the other, the monks, the nuns, and all the spiritual practitioners. You're really like in a hub of people who practice. So it's like so supportive. It's so wonderful. But still, it is still samsara, as long as we haven't understood emptiness. I guess even in such a beautiful environment, one is still sometimes overtaken by, you know, I don't know, aversion, anger, attachment, jealousy, despair, discouragement, whatever we would not choose if we would have a choice. So even though we're in the most wonderful place with all these other spiritual practitioners, our negative emotions, we still carry them with us. So when we become aware of this and we think about our values that we would like to live, like altruism, tolerance, compassion, love, wisdom, that are covered by these negative emotions, then we have a safe refuge in the Buddha, who has eliminated all these negative emotions, and especially the biggest one, like the wrong view that there is an I that exists from its own side. And then, of course, you know, we take refuge because we want to attain liberation from suffering and the causes of suffering, but we do it for all mother sentient beings. In this case now, people who are affected by the COVID, but also for all other beings who in one form or another are undergoing suffering. Why we want to do this? Not because we are so noble and so fantastic, you know, but because we owe it to them. Because every lifetime we depend on the work and on the kindness and the care and love of so many other beings that, you know, we have we owe it to them. We have to repay that kindness. Otherwise, something is terribly wrong. So if you want, you can visualize. So we take refuge, we do the refuge verse, and then we do this short supplication to Arya Chenrezig or Avalokiteshvara, and then after we do the mantra by sending out light, and then we do the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. So this is the plan. So you visualize in the space in front of you. 1,000-petaled lotus, on top of it a moon disk, on top of that is standing Arya Chenrezig with 1,000 arms, 11 heads, translucent body made out of light. In his heart is a moon disk, on top of that is the silver tree, and around that are the syllables of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And then, this is not some kind of strange figure, but Chenrezig is your guru. Your guru is Chenrezig. So sometimes what helps is that you just visualize your living guru the way that you know him or her, just next to Arya Chenrezig, because then we see that the heart is much more involved, like happy, joyful, feeling safe, feeling protected, feeling connected, and seeing that thanks to the methods that this person is teaching me and inspiring me to do, we're not suffering so much from this COVID situation. So you visualize them kind of maybe first next to each other, but then you let the guru kind of melt into Arya Chenrezig, so that we become quite clear. Chenrezig is the guru and the guru is Chenrezig, so that we feel this heartfelt connection. Otherwise, sometimes a bit strange just to visualize just the Buddhas. Strange, maybe not the right word, but there's not so much heartfelt connection. And then around us, you can visualize your mom is at your right side, your dad is at your left side. Oh, sorry, the other way around. Your dad is at your right side, your mom is at your left side. People that you do like a lot, you put behind you. People that you have a problem with, or they have a problem with you, you put in front. And around us are all Mother Sentient beings. And in order also to get some kind of feeling how we are constantly surrounded by numberless sentient beings, just, visually or mentally think that you're taking away the walls, the houses, the mountains, the forests, the oceans. Then we see we're never alone. One thing, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are always with us. We just forget. The other thing, we're constantly surrounded by numberless sentient beings that want exactly the same as us. They don't want to suffer. They only want to be happy. They don't want to be harmed. They only want to be helped. And we take some kind of responsibility and we say, as much as I can, I'm taking refuge because I want to support them, I want to help them, I want to be of benefit to them, whomever I meet, whoever I talk to. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and takinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, so we become aware of our potential to attain full awakening. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and takinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and takinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we can do this supplication to Arya Chenrezig. I think it's that one. Okay, so if you want, you can recite with me, like being fully aware. Chenrezig is in space in front of you, so as if we're actually talking to him. And Chenrezig, as we said, totally unified with the Guru, as if you would make these requests to your Guru, which in this case is in the form of 1,000-armed and 11-headed Chenrezig. So if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. That means we can stop being afraid. So first request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you. Then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the heart and the good heart cherishing others. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect, pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling unknown, dangerous paths of intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you in my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So we will recite these 6 syllables, which are not difficult. So it's Om Mani Padme Hum. And then you can have Chenrezig either at your crown, or you can have Chenrezig in your heart. And then if you have him in your heart, this is especially powerful. When you visualize light is going up from your body and kind of filling first your whole body, but then the light kind of pours out of your body like the sun who is shining, like very far and in all directions. And you think that it touches each and every sentient beings, and they immediately, all of the things that we just have said now, all of this is happening. And everybody, and we ourselves also immediately transform into Arya Chenrezig, like all suffering and the causes of suffering, totally eliminated. And like that, we take the result into the past. And we especially think of the people who have been kind of affected directly or indirectly by this COVID. People are still sick, people who have died, people are in the bardo, but also everybody else who has died, or everybody else who is sick, everybody else who is undergoing physical and mental suffering, uncertainty, insecurity, anger, aggression, attachment, aversion, depression, and a very, very long list of all these attitudes, of all these mental states that are not constructive, they're not helpful, and actually cover our potential of love, compassion, and wisdom. These will all get eliminated, all these hindering things, by us reciting the mantra and sending out the light rays, either from Chenrezig at your crown or from Chenrezig in your heart, and then from your own body. No mani padme hum, Om 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 mani padme hum. And then we can recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo and really having the confidence that it does. It does send out good energy, which then supports the people who have suffering, and especially also kind of brings relief, or the people who are sick and the people who are working in the health system and so on. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. We can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then we can do the dedication. First, for us to develop this beautiful mind of non-violence and, the mind of enlightenment, wanting to attain full awakening. Chanchu sem chorim poche, ma ke panam ke gyuchi, ke panyam pa me pai, kone kondu pewasho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception through that state, so that also it doesn't just become words, Again, to remember our values that we have, that we really want to live, that whenever there's anger arising, whenever there's attachment arising, fear, depression, jealousy, whatever, that we become aware that this is not what I want. And not to judge ourselves, but also to remember that we have this beautiful potential and that we want to develop it really, really as quickly as possible. That our mind and our speech, our bodily action really will lead to that state. I really want to become a Guru Buddha because I really want to help all sentient beings very, very quickly. And then in order for us to be even more inspired, we think about our gurus, and foremost His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and we wish him from the bottom of our hearts a long and healthy and stable life, and so that they can continue to teach us, and that we ourselves, because we also have to die at one point, that we will meet the perfect teachers again and again and again and again, until we ourselves have attained that state. Chikten kandir pende malupa, kale chungwe samperi nor, kachin chume tensing yatsola, sawa tepso doshe lundusho. And then, of course, for all the Master's holy wishes to be fulfilled, that everybody can free themselves from suffering and the causes of suffering, and live their potential of bliss, happiness, love, compassion, wisdom. This is what our mind is made for. Our mind is not made to suffer, but to be happy, to be well, to be connected, to be compassionate. Donyenin cheson do shope lam se te se che kanchen ten jagan chan pe moten singyato la savatepso shetun lunjo sho. Then the long life prayer of Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, but also for all other masters who are showing the genuine true path to full awakening. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majonat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So that also, make sure it really comes from the bottom of your heart. Then, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Then we seal it with emptiness, because nothing exists the way that it appears to us. And as long as we don't realize that, then the suffering continues, because we keep creating the causes. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, hello, Venerable Amy. Wow, how wonderful to see you.
Hello, my dear.
Hi, hi, hi.
It's wonderful to see you as well. I'm so glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, I'm totally recovered, and I am convinced, although I said, I should stop saying this prayer because I'm not good advertisement, because I did get the virus, but it's like it lasted 4 days, really heavy and really well. But then so many people Saturday evening made prayers and pujas, and also Saturday the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Sunday I started to get better. It lasted 2 more days and then it was finished.
Great.
It's amazing. I mean,
Fantastic.
So maybe I am a good advertisement for the power of the prayers.
That's right.
Definitely.
That's right.
I mean,
no, it definitely works that way. There's someone else I know who recently was really, really ill for many, many days, and very scary, almost in the hospital. And so then, talking with his wife, and I'm like, okay, let's just do this, like get the medicine Buddha going, and then overnight, she's like, oh, he's turned a corner. Now, he may have done it anyway, but I believe in the power of the prayer.
Me also, because it was almost like a miracle, like feeling so bad Saturday, and Saturday night also I sweated and this and that, but then Sunday morning it was as if something had lifted. Wow.
And there you are, surrounded with your background of all the beautiful Taras.
Yeah, this is the center in Bern.
So Rita is a dear friend of mine. She's in Bern, Switzerland right now.
Right.
So and I'm so glad to see you upright and feeling well, and it's lovely to see you, my dear.
Thank you. I'm happy to see.
Maybe we can catch up in March, because I'm about to start a month's retreat.
Okay.
So let's catch up in March. It'll be nice.
Well, I'm happy to see you here now, even if it's just short, and we have to let you do. We shouldn't bore your people here with our stories here. So
it's wonderful to see you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very happy. Usually I do it later, but I have something with the Israelis at 2:30. So this is why, now it's 2 o'clock.
I just took a half an hour break from leading the end of their retreat for them, or the 3 months. I'm just finished now.
With the human spirit.
Human spirit.
Oh, yeah. How wonderful.
So I'm just going to jump right back into that as soon as.
I'm so happy that you still made that connection, even though you couldn't go there.
Yep.
So
Yeah, they're
that's
lovely
great.
people.
They're a good lot. These
Lovely,
guys.
lovely people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay, but you're still planning to go, if
I don't
possible?
know when. I don't know when. Yeah, now it's not possible to travel now. So
No, now it's not possible.
we'll have to wait a little bit longer.
They wouldn't let you enter, even if you're Jewish. Okay. Enjoy the practice. Thank you very much, everybody else, for doing the practice for me also, like, 2 weeks ago. Thank you so much, and take care. Bye.
My dear, please take care.
Yeah, I will. Bye.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much. We're going to be moving a little bit through because I didn't realize when they set the retreat schedule in Israel. I'm just finishing leading a 3-day retreat there. There's a session. There's a session right now, so I'm going to jump in at 8:30 back to them. But I couldn't not do this because it's nice to have the consistency, and then I get to see all of you. So that's even a better benefit. So thank you so much. Thank you to Chenrezig and all the people hosting the IMI, the International Mahayana Institute. And I think they posted also last week, or they can, how to make a donation to support these practices happening, because there are people working on it, setting it up, keeping the space for us. So greatly appreciate all of that. And thank you. Lovely to see all of you. And I am about to start retreat February 1st. And then I've got some teaching programs on my website now starting in March. And Jennifer from Shanti Devas just asked me about some teachings in the future, leading some practices, so that you can start to check in with my website, amymiller.com, and then you'll see what's going on there, some fun stuff coming up. Okay. Again, wherever you are in your day, wherever you are in your practice, let's think about our motivation right now and really orienting the mind, directing it in a very positive way, and thinking about the connection of these COVID practices, these practices specifically to help lessen this disease on the planet, to eradicate it ultimately, and all the beings suffering, can they be healed instantly? And anyone who's passed away from this or something related because of the COVID virus, where they couldn't get the treatment for what they needed, may all those beings take a precious human rebirth right away and be able to actualize the path to be of the most benefit to all living beings. So just consider that for us to wake up fully and be of the most benefit to all living beings, that's why we're here right now, to do these practices. We're going to start with the Vajra armor. And visualizing in the space in front of you, this blue-black Vajrapani, an emanation of divine power, facing you slightly higher than the level of your forehead, surrounded by a transcendental wisdom fire. And imagine from all the pores of his body emanate all signs of purification, like iron Garudas and iron pigs and black scorpions, and coming out, and it's spewing all over the 10 directions, all over the planet, all world systems, eradicating all disease, all imbalances, body and mind, especially the COVID virus. As we recite these mantras, and also the light rays are coming over to you, entering your forehead, throat and heart, body, speech, and mind. Again, with this purifying energy to dispel disease and any imbalances, body and mind. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembar Shig Naganen Tayata Savavarita, Hanana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nempar Shig Naganen Tayata Savavarita, Hanana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nempar Shig Naganen Tayata Savavarita, Hanana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nempar shig nagan entayata sarvavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nempar shig nagan entayata sarvavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nempar shig nagan entayata sarvavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nempar shig nagan entayata sarvavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nempar shig nagan entayata sarvavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nempar shig nagan entayata sarvavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nempar shig nagan entayata sarvavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Just feel the purification, and as we've recited this powerful mantra, your speech is tremendously blessed right now. If you'd like to put your hand over your mouth, and as you exhale, imagine that blessed speech, the air, the blessed air is going up your nose, continuing the purification. If you have a drink, feel free to blow a few times on the surface, take a few sips, again, continuing the purification. And imagine that dark blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness. And what arises over top your crown is black Manjushri, this emanation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom. In this particular form, standing in black purifies disease. So a similar visualization, the light rays emanating out from all the pores of his body, cleansing the planet, the light rays coming over to you, dissolving down through your crown. Sorry, because he's on top of your head, facing the same direction as you, and it's radiating, cascading waterfall of healing nectar as we recite his mantra. Om taso juso ter taso ter miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso juso ter taso ter miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso juso ter taso ter miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso juso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso juso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso juso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso juso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso ter taso ter miso ningo la chokala ja kamsham drambe pe soha. Just feel the purification and imagine the black Manjushri over top your crown dissolves from the edges of that visualization into a radiant drop of light, Imagine that drop melting into your crown. Just feel all the blessings of his holy body, speech, and mind. This is the main prayer, the liberating Sakya from disease. Prayers of seated Thangtong Gyalpo. The motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, with some feeling, really opening our hearts to compassion, and as best as you can, looking at the picture of Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer. We're going to recite this 3 times. On to the next page. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Pacifying the danger of weapons. Omani Pemi Hong. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime compassion, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not to have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the compassion of the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And just before we do the dedications, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama is going to be hosted February 7th to 8th by the FPMT as one of his teachings. So in our time zone, the East Coast of the States, it's the evening of February 7th. He teaches the morning of February 8th in Dharamsala, India. So the FPMT is hosting that one, which will be really nice. So looking forward to attending. It is something I'm going to attend and retreat. I'm definitely going to be there. Om tare tu re so ha. And our dedication prayers. And really investing for all the people on our prayer list. Shanti Deva has a prayer list and all of our other prayer lists, all the beings suffering. I'd really like to dedicate to Oscar and Kathleen Raffat, Peter Kay, Norma Harris, and Isabel Gonzalez, Nancy Clinton, and for all the other beings who are sick, can they be healed of their sickness instantly? And may we also be able to turn our minds more towards our practices, less distraction, so we can get enlightened quickly and benefit all beings. Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Ma ke panam ke gyurchig, ke panyam pa me pa yi, gone gondu pelwar shon. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. And let's focus on emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And just as Venerable Rita said, you feel in your heart, you know, it's not just blah, blah, you feel this in your heart directed. You think of His Holiness. Think of Lama Zopa Rinpoche as we recite this prayer. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And Venerable Tendrin, I think, is with us soon. There she is. I'm going to depart a little bit early so I can go back to the other session. It's lovely to see all of you. I wish you a wonderful month. I will be here every Saturday with you. I'm going to continue the COVID practices, which will be perfect in my retreat. So I look forward to seeing all of you. Thank you, Venerable Tendrin. Please enjoy. Please be well.
I'm muted. There we go. Thank you. It's okay. Oh, how wonderful this opportunity is, you know, that our teachers have given us to practice in this way together around the world in order to benefit all those sentient beings, suffering sentient beings that exist, including ourselves. So let's take a moment to really visualize all sentient beings surrounding us. Your father of this life on your right, your mother of this life on your left, and then all their ancestors, your grandmothers, your grandfathers, your great-grandmothers, your great-grandfathers, and all their loved ones. Think of your siblings, your family, your partners, your children, all their loved ones, nieces and nephews, grandchildren, all their loved ones, all sitting here with you. And then all the people of their lives, their co-workers, the people at their grocery stores, all the people that they interact with through the day, and all their loved ones. So it can be very helpful to really think of some people you know that are easy for you to bring to mind, sitting here with you. And then think about all the people you don't know, but you know are out there populating all the villages and cities and towns all around the globe. And all of us are being affected in some way by this pandemic, either directly because we've been ill, our loved one has been ill, or someone has died that we know. Or you may have lost a job, or know those who've lost jobs. So really think that we're doing this practice for them, to help alleviate the suffering, to bring a quicker end to the pandemic. And there are all those beings in the bardo. We had 3,600 people die just one day this week in Florida. Thousands are dying every week. The bardo must be, if bardos can be crowded. So we're doing our prayers for them, helping to improve their conditions for their rebirth. And then all the people that irritate us are in front of us. And all the people who find us irritating. I realized the other day when I was in my car that I find all drivers irritating. So that includes probably all of us, including myself. So we're doing these practices to help our minds and to benefit all those sentient beings, mother sentient beings. So the more that we can kind of hold them in our heart, just that sense that we are not alone, that there are countless sentient beings just like us, wanting happiness and wanting to be free of all this suffering. So now we can imagine in the space in front of us all the sentient beings. There's a jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus, a moon and sun mandala. Excuse me. On top of this sits the essence of our own gurus and the aspect of the conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his body is the purest gold, and he has a Ushikanisha on the top of his head. Shakyamuni Buddha has 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left is in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of medicinal nectar, able to free us, cure us of all our negativities and obscurations, all our causes of suffering. He is wearing the saffron robes of a monk and is adorned by signs and exemplifications, marks and signs. Holy body is in the nature of transparent light. He sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings on a faultless throne sits the Dharma explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. Now think, from beginningless time until now, I and all mother sentient beings have been experiencing the various general sufferings of samsara numberless times, again and again. But this time, we have received perfect human rebirths with the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses. This is very difficult to find, but we found it and we are making it highly meaningful. But we're still in samsara with all the sufferings of samsara. And who can protect us from all these sufferings? Only these enlightened ones abiding in front of us. So think, they must achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. So with this thought, we'll take refuge. So we'll begin the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. So really feel the presence of your guru, your teacher, here with you in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So really feel these all sentient beings, our mothers who are infinite like space, going for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Going for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. To the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. And to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So imagine that a replica of Shakyamuni Buddha absorbs into you, and you were transformed into Shakyamuni Buddha. Light rays radiate from you, blessing all sentient beings, transforming them into the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. Feel great joy. Knowing that this is just our imagination and all sentient beings still have delusions. Imagine in front of us, in front of all these sentient beings, 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and a moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, try to visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, entering all the sentient beings that surround us through the crowns of their heads, freeing us all from all the causes of suffering, filling us all with the causes of happiness. So just take a moment to refresh your visualization of Chenrezig in the space in front. And we're in the center of all this ocean of sentient beings. Sort of like the picture, I always picture an image of the Milky Way. All those dots of light, sentient beings spreading out. And Chenrezig, light rays are radiating out of Chenrezig's heart, blessing all the sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Now I'll recite the actual prayer of liberating from disease. And again, really feel the presence of all the loved ones, all their loved ones, all their loved ones, all the strangers of this life, have been our mother sentient beings in previous lives. All the beings in the bardo, all those in war zones, refugee camps, sleeping on the streets, foraging for food, not in the forest, but in dumpsters. All those who are sick at this very moment. I say these prayers dedicated to them. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So really feel good about your efforts. You know, we've been hooking the activities of enlightened beings to help us. And if we can remember that all of this, all the suffering is empty. It's impermanent. It results from causes. And when the causes cease, the results can't occur. So by doing these practices, leading all the sentient beings that surround us, accumulating merit, creating the causes to be free of all this suffering. I think how wonderful that is. We've met the teachers who've brought us these practices. We'll recite some dedications. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equally in the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famine, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And then the long life prayers for our precious teachers, long, happy, healthy lives. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. Nope, that's not it. The incomparably may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long, healthy, happy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you will behold the subduer's moral way, whose service a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, is our precious Venerable Rabina here? So.
Hello, everybody. I'm late as usual, Venerable Tendron. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not late. You're perfectly on time. So.
Okay. Thank you, dear nun. See you, darlings. Hello, everybody. You people, I don't think I'm going to last a whole hour today. Is Chenrezig there? Because I'm a bit sick and I got my face all peculiar and my mouth is all swollen and I can't.
Yes, no worries.
So I think I might be just doing a half an hour today. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit sick today.
No worries. Thank you.
Who is it? Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nathan.
Oh, Nathan. Hello. Thank you, Nathan. Very kind. Thank you so much.
No worries. We'll sort it out. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Nathan. Hello, everybody. No, I've got this swollen face. I don't know what happened. I've been to a Chinese doctor and doing things, but my mouth is getting bigger and bigger. I always think of, I don't know, do you remember Diana Dawes in the 1950s, that English actress? Well, I'm looking like Diana Dawes, my mouth. It was like I've got plastic surgery. So anyway, I'll do my best, okay? I can't talk so well. So we'll do a half an hour with much enthusiasm. But I have to blow my nose, so excuse me, I've got a cold as well. Okay, everybody, happy to see you all and the people on FaceTime, whoever I can't see, so glad we're all together doing this amazing practice for all the people with COVID-19 on the entire planet, as well as anybody else who's sick, all suffering sentient beings in the entire universe, in all the realms of existence, without forgetting anybody. That's what we're doing here. So we're going to visualize this. We imagine the Buddha Chenrezig, the compassionate-eyed one. Lama Zopa translates as compassionate-eyed one. And in the four-arm aspect, he's also got 1,000 arms. There's different ones. And he's got all the qualities, like all the Buddhas, he's got all the qualities of a Buddha, but particularly aspect. He's dressed up in the aspect, as that's how they say it, of compassion, good heart, kind heart, you know. So in the Sambhogakaya form, which is the enjoyment body, they call it, it's the subtle light body but you see all the different pictures and all the different deities in Tantra. And it's a form that regular people like, well, certainly like me, I don't know about you, you could all be holy beings, but certainly I can't see. And the meditators, the bodhisattva meditators who've realized emptiness, in them they can see. And even some of these holy beings can see directly with their subtle mind, So we imagine the sky in front of us, radiant light, white light. And it's like also think of it as like a mirror image of our own potential. That's the idea, And we have a spiritual teacher. We imagine it's their mind manifesting as Chenrezig for our benefit. Lama Chenrezig, that's what it means. He's sitting in the body. It's a bodhisattva style, so very beautiful looking, kind of like the Indian royal style, really. He's kind of silken clothes, sitting full lotus position on a multicolored lotus. And on that lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk. You can't see them, like two flat cushions, and which represent wisdom and compassion. And his face is just totally beautiful, utterly gorgeous, so radiant. And try and imagine as a real person, with real energy, real consciousness, a real mind, full of all the virtues, no delusions, and the aspect of infinite compassion, infinite empathy. Sometimes when we hear and read about this level of compassion of the bodhisattvas and Buddhas, it's sort of our cynical minds can't believe it's true, because we've got our love and compassion is polluted by our attachment and our fears. We can't imagine love and compassion without limit. It's hard to imagine it. But if you can imagine it, that's what it is. Infinite compassion for every single suffering sentient being. And, okay, he's right there in the sky. So we think of all the sentient beings, okay, we're here, but all the sentient beings in the form of friends, enemies, and strangers, which is all the objects of attachment, objects of aversion, and objects of indifference. And there's no fourth category. There's no fourth category. The ones we adore, the ones we don't like, and all the rest we couldn't care about. And the right in front of us, the enemies, objects of our aversion. To the left, our beloveds in front of us. And to the right in front, as well as behind and below, and to the sides and above, and in front, filling to the horizon, filling the universe, all the other suffering sentient beings, all the strangers, all of them from different realms, but in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. And now we take refuge all together. We imagine this all together in our prayer, in this wonderful prayer by the Sakya Lama Mahasiddha. Great. Siddha is like from Siddhi, from power. Siddhi, a siddha is one of the, especially the term they use a lot. Yeah, it's anyway, siddha means a powerful person, and great siddha, one of these great tantric yogis, Thangtong Gyalpo. Okay. We go for refuge. We rely upon. I like the term rely upon. That's what it means. We rely upon. So we all rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly. I missed the first line. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, just like we're visualizing, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. I think there's a Sakya way of describing. They talk differently, these lamas, in these different traditions. It's very nice to hear the different traditions. I've got lamas in the Sakya traditions. His Holiness Sakya Trinzen is one of my gurus. So to hear teachings from their perspective is really interesting. It's different from the way the Gelugpas talk. It gives you a really fresh insight into these teachings, All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's the one. That's the essence of it. How marvelous. So now we just visualize. We visualize Lama Chenrezig sending No, first of all, we do this one of what they call inviting the wisdom beings. This is so we've got our visualization in front. It's sort of think it's not the real Buddha yet. It's that pretend, it's our visualization. So we're going to make it the real Buddha. And they call that inviting the wisdom being. So you imagine at Lama Chenrezig's brow, a white Om, at his throat, a red R, and at his heart, in the center of his chest, a blue Hung. And then light goes out from this, imagine beams of light go out from this blue Hung out to the entire universe. They always talk about the 10 directions, it's wonderful. North, south, east, west, all the other ones, and then up and down, that's 10. And goes out and hooks the energy of the body, speech, and mind of all the actual Chenrezigs, all the trillions of beings, all the trillions of Samogakayas and the actual Chenrezigs and the Dharmakaya, Chenrezig and the Dharmakaya, hooks the energy of all these Chenrezigs, of their body, speech, and mind, all their enlightened energy, hooks it, and it comes back with this light and absorbs into Chenrezig, our visualization. And now our visualization and the wisdom beings become non-dual. That's how they talk. So now it becomes the energy of all the Chenrezigs in the universe, and it's the actual Buddha. Now it's actually Buddha. Think like that. Now with incredible compassion, such kindness, such compassion, wanting only to benefit all sentient beings, having the power to do so and having the wisdom to know how. That's the Buddha. Lama Chenrezig sends powerful beams of white laser light from his brow that enter our brow and the brow of all the suffering ones, particularly with COVID-19, with suffering, this disease, and then all the sick beings in all the realms of existence, all the sickness. So first of all, purifying, this light purifies all the sickness. Imagine being relieved of the sickness, any sickness we have at all, we understand what it's like to be relieved of it. It's incredible. So all these suffering people relieving of the suffering, but crucially purifying the causes. Sickness is a result of past harming sentient beings, in particular past killing. It's the environmental result. Having sickness, getting sick, having the environment that harms us, which is what's happening these days, It's the result of past killing. So imagine all of this purified. How amazing. From this light from the brow, Lama Chenrezig, so compassionate. As we say the mantra a few times, and then as we say the mantra, also the sound goes out. So there we are around the world, how amazing. And the sound goes out and blesses whoever hears it. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continue to visualize, continue to bless our own speech, blessing our own mind, blessing our own body, as we say it, silently and visualizing, wanting all these sentient beings to stop suffering and remove all the karmic seeds, as Lama Chenrezig does that. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So as we imagine Lama Chenrezig continuing to send as we say the prayer. From our hearts, these thoughts, these aspirations. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, that such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And the embodied, of course, doesn't include all the sentient beings, all the formless beings and the form beings, these beings of the peak of samsara who've got in subtle meditation, they don't have gross bodies at all. All the spirits have like bodies of air. The hell beings, you could say their bodies are made of fire. So it's humans and animals mostly. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the I said that, I think I don't remember. We'll say it again. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And as I say every week, and don't forget this, if we've got that, if we've got well-being, good health, and and long life, how incredible. Don't ever take it for granted. Every second that we have this is our virtuous karma of non-killing ripening every second. We've still got some in our petrol tank. And then when we understand that, we will continue to create more non-killing karma because we don't want it to run out, We want it more for next life. Don't just sit on our laurels. Don't just take it for granted. Don't just have this hubris of, aren't I fortunate? I'm not sick. we're like that, because we see it as self-existent. It is not self-existent. It's the fruit of our own past virtue. What an amazing thing. So continue to practice virtue, continue to live in vows of not killing, continue to purify killing. That's the cause. That's the best thing to do. That's the learning from it. And then we're wanting it for everybody. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we'll do our complete Chenrezig visualization. See if we can finish it into our 10 minutes. Okay, so now continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately. So imagine this time he now sends radiant red beams from the red R at his throat, laser beams of red light that go out into our throat and the throats of every living being in the universe, because they've all been humans at some point. They've all done clever things with their speech like we do, because it makes it speech karma is mostly humans, I'd suggest. So purifies all the nonsense of our speech, all the results of our negative speech. What are the results of negative speech? Well, we all know them. For example, the result of lying is no one believes you, or people lie to you. The result of harsh speech is that, all different results. Actually, the environmental result is you just get, nothing can grow. You get born in a desert, The experience similar to the cause of harsh speech is that all you do is you live around harsh speech. You live in a war zone, or you live in a neighborhood, or people in your house, use harsh speech a lot, or people think you're being harsh even when you're not. The karmic result, for example, of rabbiting on about nothing is no one distrusts, no one even listens to you. Your words are beyond boring and unimportant. We know that, how painful that is. Our words aren't, no one listens to us. So all these results, we know them so well. This is from negative speech. So think of not only this suffering stopping, but all the causes, these causes, lying, harsh speech, rabbiting on about nothing, disharmonious speech causes relationships to break up all the time, so painful. All these things purifying, and for all these sentient beings throughout the universe. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig from his heart, radiant blue light, beams of blue light from the blue hung in his heart, entering into all of us and purifying the source of all this, which is the mind. Ego grasping that thinks there's an inherent me, an attachment to get what the inherent me wants, aversion and panic when it doesn't, and all the other dramas, all disappeared, annihilated. How amazing. The root cause of the problem, the mind. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we'll now Lama Chenrezig again sends from the three places. We'll do the three this time. Bringing the problems have gone, now manifesting all the good qualities and turning us into the Buddha, every single sentient being. Imagine it. So from what time is it? Okay, we'll do it all together. We'll skip the three. We'll do them all together. We imagine each three done individually, bringing all. No, we'll do them. Sorry. Okay, from the white Om, light pouring into every one of us, and this time making our bodies, especially this one, making our bodies radiant, strong, full, long life, all the beings achieving long life, well-being, and good health. Wanting this for every single being, but also the ability to use our bodies to benefit others. That's the long-term result. Whoever sees us can only be benefited, and the long-term result of being able to manifest countless bodies throughout space to benefit suffering sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Really want this. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now from the red at Lama Chenrezig's throat, radiant red beams go out, enter ours and everybody else's. And this time giving us only the ability to use our speech. And even if we're going to be, even the birds, think that even the sounds they make benefits whoever hears it. How incredible. All the creatures and all the humans, every word we say, whatever sound we utter will be of benefit to others. This is the power of speech. Utterly amazing. The most important one. And yeah, that one. So important. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And now the mind. How amazing. The delusion's all gone. What's left? This is what's incredible about Buddha's view about the mind. Don't just hear it as religion, it's real psychology. The mind, which is not physical, has now been removed of all the delusions, and they're adventitious, they're not at the core of our being, they're gone. So what is left? What is left is wisdom, clarity, compassion, kindness, all the virtues. They are at the core of our being. They are who we really are. And bliss, that's the bonus. The mind is naturally blissful. The mind is naturally blissful. This is insane to think, because delusions are gone, because they're the ones that cause us suffering. Imagine this, every living being. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now all together, we've now achieved liberation. We're now out of samsara. How amazing. And we can do more than that. With the addition of bodhicitta, we now remove even the subtlest imprints, the obstacles to omniscience, they say. And now every being becomes Buddha, becomes Chenrezig, which is the potential of every one of them, which is the reason bodhisattvas never give up, because it's the logical potential of all beings. They never give up. That's the key factor of the key attitude of a bodhisattva is enormous enthusiasm to never give up, joyful effort. And the logical reason is because every being possesses this potential. So now imagine it's manifesting. The three lights together, white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart, and they all become Chenrezig. You see them all turn into Chenrezig. How incredible. And us too. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine. So now we just one more time do the refuge prayer, like for as if it's sort of for our dedication, like our dedication as well. We'll do the refuge all together. All these Buddhas we're imagining, Chenrezigs, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, our own Buddha mind. How amazing. Think like this. And then all these Chenrezigs dissolve into us from all the directions, all dissolve into us, enhancing even more brilliantly our Chenrezig nature. How amazing. And we think, these 30 minutes, these 28 minutes, whatever it is, all these thoughts, none have gone astray. Everyone has gone into our mind. We've programmed our mind with these thoughts. This should be making us so happy, you know. And may it manifest in the future exactly as we have visualized. Because everything exists on the tip of the wish. That's the meaning of karma. And we finish with the 4 immeasurable thoughts. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings could abide in equanimity, free of attachment, ignorance, and anger. May they abide so. And this is the brave attitude of the Bodhisattva. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings could be free of suffering and its causes. May they be free. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings could have happiness. And Lama Zopa says, not ordinary happiness, or enlightenment. You know. May they have them. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never parted from higher rebirths and liberations, excellent bliss. May they never be parted. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. That's it, we're done. Very quick 30 minutes, isn't it? Thank you so much, sweethearts. Thank you, Nathan. You're there, Nathan? Is Nathan there?
Thank you, Venerable Rabina.
Okay, Chenrezig. Okay, you do something. I just want to tell people, Chenrezig is where I first went in June 1976, and the louvers, Nathan, the louvers were not even in the Gompa, and it was June, and of course all you stupid Queens and you Queenslanders all think it's all hot in the middle of it was the middle of winter, right? And there was just this gale of air coming in for one entire month during Lama Zopa's Lam Rim course. I'll never forget it. And the cracks in the wood, because there's nothing built underneath. That's what I remember. Anyway, I've got a soft spot for Chenrezig Institute. That was where I first met the Lamas. Thank you, Nathan. You're so kind.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, darling. Thanks, everybody. Much love to you all. See you all next time. Hopefully.
Feel better.
Thank you, sweethearts. Who's on next? Oh, no, that's right. Nathan's on next. I forgot.
Geshe-la is on. We're going to watch Geshe-la.
Thank you. Fantastic. Good. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, darling.
Settle in the present moment, placing our thoughts onto the natural inhalation and exhalation of our breath. And those of you who has been participating the earlier sessions, then just simply try to remain the flow of the focus, the meditation, the virtues infuse present in the being. Now take a few moments to visualize the compassionate Buddha in the aspect of precious the root guru, like here, like Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, like His Holiness Dalai Lama, or your individual root gurus. On top of your crown, who is embodiment of compassionate Buddha Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of numberless past, present, future Buddhas' compassion. who is holding all the enlightened qualities. Who is also oneness or the one taste with all the lineage gurus of this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. And surrounded by all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, deities, Dakadakinis, Dharmapalas. So there, now we refresh our refuge. First, try to actualize irreversible faith and conviction in the object of refuge. Then after that, according with the practice sadhana, while we are reciting the refuge prayer, then we refresh our refuge practice. Since this practice is especially guided, inspired, advised by our most precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So therefore, if we can visualize the center of the refuge field, the Guru, that we have just actualized on top of your crown, if we are able to do that in the aspect of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and since this practice is especially fulfilling precious Guru's holy wishes, and during the recitations of the Om Mani Padme Hum and throughout the sadhana, when we do the visualizations of light rays and the nectar, which is one of very powerful tool where we bring or the drive the blessings, the protections, the healings, from the object of refuge or object of merit field. And if this is specially centering through root guru, then the practice is going to be most powerful. Particularly in relation to this practice, it will be most powerful if we are able to visualize Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the center of the merit field or center of the refuge field. The Nirvana Kaya, the Guru aspect of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whatever image that we are familiar with, and not just in the form of picture or just imagine image, but then try to have a mental image of being absolute, real Kyabje Rinpoche reciting on top of our crown, and who is carrying, who is adorned with all the major and minor marks of the enlightened one, who manifesting from every pose, every existence of Rinpoche's being is illustrations of numberless past, present, future Buddha's qualities. And those qualities and those realizations and those enlightened blessings channel through infinite light rays to ourselves and to entire numberless sentient being. And in particularly, this practice is initiated or advised by Rinpoche to heal the pandemic crisis. So therefore, the light rays specifically shine on the entire humanity without any discriminations, like how the sun shines without any discriminations in every object, similar way. So then during the recitation of the mantra, we can do the general understanding of purification practice, like how we learn from Vajrasattva practice, the 3 types of purification meditations. We can also engage that. But here the meditational deity is Chenrezig, and who is manifesting in the Nimanakaya aspect of Guru form, Rinpoche. Or simply through light rays and nectar, just purifying the entire pandemic, entire sufferings, and its causes, the karma and the delusion of entire numberless sentient beings. Then, like the light rays, like the hook or the like a hand, and lead all sentient beings to the state of freedom from all these sicknesses, all these challenges, and abide them in the state of no more suffering, no more causes and conditions of suffering, the state of Guru Buddha, the Chenrezig. So when we recite the first line, then also try to generate altruistic motivation. All sentient beings, my mother, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidam, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. So try to reinforce the stable refuge practice, then as well as the altruistic the intention for this practice. So now we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and while reciting, do the visualization, the lights and nectar flow, and bring about the healing and abiding all sentient beings in the state of Guru Chenrezig. So we will recite about few malas. Then after that, again we go back to the recitation of the refuge and bodhisattva practice. Then again recite the mantra. And so we will do a few rounds. Then after that, then we will do the dedication at the end. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om mani beme 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 Yeah, I think we don't have much time, so we will do the dedication. Then again, we go back and do the few rounds of like that. So when we do the dedication, in particularly here, Rinpoche have already done extensive, dedications to overcome this pandemic crisis. So on top of whatever extensive dedication that one individually does, then especially whatever Rinpoche have dedicated for us to conduct these practices, all those aspirations and prayers and wishes of Rinpoche be fulfilled instantly without delaying even a moment, by clearing all the inner outer secret obstacles and actualizing all the inner outer secret conducive conditions. May all the disease that sadden the mind of the sentient beings that result from the karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the graha spirit, illness, and bhutas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied being be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied being be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of the interferers and 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma practitioners, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of ineffability of the karma and its result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So we will do another round. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden by the mind of sentient beings, the result of the karma and the temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirit, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of those names terrifying beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of the Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have a radiance and power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the inevitability of the karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do another round. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like a space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the yidams, and the dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani beme hum, 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 mani beme hum. Om mani beme hum, 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 m Om mani beme 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 om mani Om mani beme 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 So we do the dedication. May all the disease that saddened by the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of the Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and the mind have radiant the power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of inevitability of the karma and the result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So now we do a short general dedication prayer. First, we will do the bodhicitta, then emptiness, then unification of great bliss and emptiness, tantra, then long life prayer of His Holiness the Chenrezig Dalai Lama, then Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. O Changju Semjo Rinpoche, Maje Panam Gyuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho, Tonye Dawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Gyuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho. Rimye Dawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Gyuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho. Kare rave gove shingamde pendang dewa male juwe ne chere sima tenzin jazo ye shabe sede bado denjuro. Tozo jangche jangwe jawe den zinjo bebe kuzo dobo je chosung gove leme dudu ba daso duje gundu shabden. Jambe bawe je da jemba da gundo zambo de ya de shinje de da gunje je so da lo je jawa de da tamje rabdo ngo de sun she be jawa tamje de ngo wa gang la chu do ngo ba de da je je we za wa de zambo je je rabdo ngo wa rai je. Thank you. Tashtele Venerable Jaden.
Sarah? Venerable Sarah? Hello, Venerable Sarah.
Hello, hello.
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 Hello, we can hear you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sarah?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
This is Nathan.
Yes.
Hi, Nathan.
Hello.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello from Kathmandu.
Hi. Thanks so much.
Was that a video, Nathan?
No, that was a replay. That was a replay.
Oh, okay, right. Was it? Replay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, well, this is live.
This one inherently exists. Thank you.
Somewhere. It's also a replay from other lives. Okay, so welcome everyone to the Kathmandu Valley, and I've got one session now, and then a bit of a break, and then 2 more sessions because I thought I'd fill in for give Venerable Damsha a bit of a break, as he's got a long drive up tomorrow. And so I just went to the rooftop. I was thinking I'd do it from the rooftop. There's a beautiful full moon, and you can see all over the valley. This is a very precious holy valley. So, but it's a bit dark up there. And then if I can explain to you, to this side is Kopan on the hill, all lit up, and the nunnery, and other temples, and a huge stupa for Chogiji Rinpoche. To this side is Bodha Stupa, all illuminated. And behind is Swayambhu. And then to this side over here, there is actually a 7-day, 24-hour, so 24/7 Drupchen going on, and they have the holy body of one great master, Choling Rinpoche, and there's many lamas there. So he was the brother of Pacha Rinpoche, Chiknima, Mingyur Rinpoche, Sogni Rinpoche. I mean, the list is endless. He's also the father of Khyentse Rinpoche Yangsi, and yeah, he's the son of Ugyen Toku. So it's a very, very holy place. So what I will do is just recite the prayer, but I hope that some of the energy from this holy place can go out into the world and be of great benefit. Not to say that Chenrezig Institute isn't a holy place, mind you. Please don't think I'm implying that. Not to think that where Venerable Damsha stays in the south of England is not a holy place. But, you know, it's nice to connect all the dots of all the holy places where all the Sangha are, and to recite this prayer for healing. And there's quite interesting situation actually in Nepal, because we seem to be doing very well with the COVID. Not that people are not dying, not that they're not getting sick, but we're definitely not experiencing what's in parts of Europe and America. We're not as good as Australia or New Zealand, and I think Africa is doing better, but it's quite interesting. And I was talking with someone earlier about what are the possible causes, and I mentioned 3 possible causes because nobody understands why it's like this. And of course, one of those causes is simply all the prayers that have been done by all the lamas and all the monasteries and all the holy beings here. Aside from all the holy objects, and of course this is not talking about karma. So anyway, the most powerful karma was created by doing Guru's wishes. So therefore, going to do this prayer that Rinpoche has suggested that we do. Let me just have my time machine. Okay, so let's just start by generating a really positive motivation. And we're so fortunate because we have this precious human life, and we have this human body, and we have this opportunity. We know what to do. We know how to do it. And of course, Chenrezig being the Buddha of compassion, and then the 6-syllable mantra, Mani Padme Hum, being the manifestation of Chenrezig in the form of sound. So as all the Buddhas explain, you know, there's no end to the benefit of reciting this mantra even just one time. So so that's what we're going to do. And then of course we have to remember that our own gurus is Hondas Lama, Kyabje Lama, and our various gurus that we have connected with this lifetime, who are guiding us, caring for us, that they themselves, we have to view them as manifestations of Chenrezig's compassion. So the guru being the the manifestation in ordinary form of Chenrezig, Dharmakaya, Holy Mind of all the Buddhas, appearing in these ordinary forms through great compassion to guide us, forms that we can communicate with. So let's just visualize our forearm Chenrezig in space in front of us, inseparable from our gurus. So the aspect is for forearm Chenrezig, sitting on the lotus sun moon disk, a white radiating body. Then with the forearms, the right hand holding the crystal rosary and the left holding the lotus, and then the two main hands at the heart, folded, holding the wish granting jewel, symbolizing all living beings, so precious, so kind, so wish fulfilling. So from the sentient beings is all our happiness comes, and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, enlightenment comes from sentient beings, then especially those who harm. So there's nothing more precious than sentient beings. And then the face is very radiant and smiling, full of compassion. So of course Chenrezig sees everything, knows everything, as omniscient holy mind, but then also bound by great compassion, all sentient beings. So I have messages coming. Try and stop the noise. So bound by great compassion to each and every single sentient being. And then let's visualize around us all sentient beings. So 6 realm sentient beings, all experiencing various different sufferings. Hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, Sura beings, and all the various intermediate state beings. So they're all experiencing various different sufferings, but they're all in human form. They're surrounding us, and they're also all gazing at Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig, with a mind of great faith and devotion. So not wanting to continuously have to experience suffering, and with a mind of devotion, looking to Chenrezig for help, for guidance. And then we lead them in taking refuge. So recite this prayer that was given by Chenrezig himself. Imagine that all sentient beings around us also reciting the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru and Buddha. And go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru and Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru and Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So I think that Guru Chenrezig in front is very pleased, and then the very strong white radiating light comes from Guru Chenrezig continuously as we recite the Om Mani Padme Hum, and that this white light fills the bodies of all the sentient beings around us, purifying all the sickness and cause of sickness. So on the one hand, we have this COVID-19, But this is just one example of so many sicknesses, and there's of course more sicknesses to come due to degenerate times. So what we really need to do is we really need to get right at the root of the sickness, which is the three poisonous minds. So we have the external manifestation of the sickness and external causes. Then we have the more inner causes, the disturbance of the winds and chakras and of the body. But then, of course, we have the more secret cause, which is the karma and delusions. So once this karma is purified, and once the delusions are pacified, then that pacifies the inner body, and then that will eliminate the need to ever experience the external sicknesses. So this white light is purifying that. There's also purifying not just the sickness, but also I think those people who died from the COVID, it's purifying them, those who are in the intermediate state right now, those who are dying right now, and then all those who are grieving, and all those who are experiencing various different economic sufferings, economic problems. As I think here in this country, not so much problem from the sickness, but a lot of economic problem. So we're going to recite Om Mani Padme Hum for the next 10 minutes for that. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme So please think that forum Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig. So the aspect is forum Chenrezig, but of course the essence is our own root Guru, Dharmaka, Holy Mind, all the Buddhas. Extremely pleased reciting this mantra. Extremely pleased that we're reflecting on sentient beings suffering and wanting to free them from suffering. And then think that the streams of nectar beams come from Chenrezig's holy body in all directions, and they enter the bodies of all sentient beings, purifying them and clearing away all sickness, all cause of sickness. And then golden nectar light comes from Chenrezig's holy body, filling the bodies of all the sentient beings around us, as well as ourselves, and bringing all the qualities of Chenrezig, all the enlightened qualities of Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind, and completed the 6 perfections, and then think that all these sentient beings transform into Chenrezig. They all become Chenrezig, and they all recite the mantra. And think that the sound of the mantra echoes throughout the whole universe, throughout space. There's nothing but the sound of the 6-syllable mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Yeah, so there we go. So I just want to say about that mantra. I don't know if you've heard that chanting before. No. So actually, I just want to say something about that chanting because I think back in about 2004, I was living in Mongolia. Happened. Anyway, we all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from calm and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. That whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. The all-embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. The all-embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Where whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'm just wondering, is still no sound? I can't hear?
No, it's fine now. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, what happened? It got cut off?
Yeah, it dropped out. We didn't we didn't have the karma to hear about where that mantra came from.
Okay, well, I want to tell you where that chanting came from, because I'm coming on in about an hour's time. So that time, you know, I can do the final dedications. In 2004, I was living in Mongolia, and I wanted to go to Altai-san, which is Manjushri's holy place, the 5-peak mountain. And so we went by the Trans-Siberian Rail with 3 nuns on pilgrimage to do a prayer for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life. And we were told by Lama Zopa Rinpoche that when you get there, you definitely will see Manjushri. You definitely will see Manjushri in a human form, but you may not recognize, right? So I knew I would see Manjushri somewhere walking around or doing something, but you don't know you'll recognize. So Rinpoche actually said, from the minute you get out the taxi and you put your foot on the ground, look to see, because you definitely, while you're there, you'll see Manjushri, but you might not realize that person's Manjushri. So I have to say, I think we stayed there. We were going to stay 3 days. I think we lengthened. We stayed about 7 days in the end. And I could not say that I saw Manjushri, except for one day we went to the very special stupa that has the Buddha's relics. And there was this Chinese lady walking round and round that stupa. And she was chanting this chant, Om Mani Padme Hum. And it was so powerful, it blew me away. And as I listened to her, I was in mainland China. Remember, this was a Buddhist country, and everything had been destroyed. All the temples, Buddhism had been destroyed. So many people had been killed, so much destruction. And there she was walking around chanting with this chant. And I just felt this incredible power of Kuan Yin Chenrezig. And I thought to myself, wow, this is such a beautiful chanting. It must be very popular in mainland China. It must be very popular in Taiwan. Chinese people must chant like this. And when I left, I asked many people, I said, can I get a recording of this? And nobody in Singapore, nobody in Taiwan, nobody in mainland China, nobody in Malaysia, none of my Chinese friends had heard that chanting. They said, we have never heard that chanting anywhere. I've never heard it anywhere but from that one Chinese lady. So I believe it was Manjushri chanting. And I've never heard anybody else chant it. And I didn't chant it with great deep emotion there. I was just like chanting it, but it can be chanted with very powerful deep emotion. And it really can resonate. There you go. And so I'm going to hand over now to the next person. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Love you all. Hey, it's you. Hi from Kalamazoo Valley to San Francisco.
Yeah.
It's me being an emoji. So handing over to you. Love you. And I'll be back in about an hour. And thanks so much, Chenrezig Institute. You guys are just amazing. Thank you, Carol. Love you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Signing out, signing off.
That was lovely. So welcome, everyone. You need a minute to kind of transition, that's fine. That Venerable Sarah just told a beautiful story, and I'm just thinking about that lovely chanting and how lucky, fortunate we are to have these incredible teachers, this path, and to find these sort of precious moments around the world on pilgrimage in different places. The Dharma is so powerful, and when we open ourselves up to it. So anyway, just thinking that way this morning and feeling very happy to join you for this practice and appreciating your being here. For everyone who makes this happen, especially Chenrezig Institute and all the people there who have done so much to continue this. So thank you. And let's get started with just a little bit of meditation. Oh, I was going to say, yes, I think I come on it. My Tibetan name is Jampa Chutso, and most everybody knows me as Carol, and I'm here in San Francisco. So let's now just take a few minutes to center ourselves and prepare for these 30 minutes of practice, just by turning our attention to our motivation for a moment. Such a powerful practice because motivation determines the outcome of our actions, our speech, our thoughts. So creating this habit, this thought to consider our intentions, our motivations, completely change our experience. So just bringing the attention to the breath, putting aside other concerns of the mind, and just resting on the breath. Breathing in and breathing out. As you focus on the breath, just check your spine. Make sure that it's straight but not stiff. You can imagine it's like a stack of coins. Make sure your shoulders are relaxed. And just gently rest in the breath. And now bringing to mind this highest motivation of bodhicitta, the real cause for enlightenment. And I'm just thinking, just as I wish to be free of suffering and to find happiness, so does each and every sentient being. And then remembering how interconnected we are, that I really depend on other beings for everything I have. I may have this view that I'm independent, that I could survive alone, but that's ridiculous. Our food, shelter, power, transportation, all these things we kind of take for granted. So just thinking just for a moment how we depend on each other, from our families and friends to just all the services that are provided for us, the people who go to work every day. Making what we're looking for, what we need later. Things we buy. Just thinking that I've been fortunate to hear the Dharma, to be aware of this path laid out to the Buddha, this path to ultimate happiness and freedom from suffering. I'm thinking that if I follow this path just for my own benefit, such a small endeavor and leaves so many beings suffering, just left in samsara. So just thinking the best way not only for others, but for ourselves, is to generate this wish to realize emptiness, to realize the true nature of things, to follow this path to enlightenment, so that we might benefit each and every sentient being, bringing them to that same awakening. So just at this point, just generating that wish in your heart. It's an aspiration. It's a powerful aspiration. And just thinking, with this motivation, I'm going to do this practice now. So let's begin by just reflecting, reciting this motivation as part of this this prayer created by the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. It's for healing all beings. So, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just reflecting again on this wish, this motivation with this idea of bodhicitta. And visualize yourself sitting in a quiet place, maybe a field, surrounded by all living beings in human form. You can imagine everyone sitting there very quietly and comfortably, not feeling crowded. It's just a place of incredible peace, just sitting in a big circle. You can imagine your friends and family there, and just beings extending out to the horizon, everyone just sitting quietly with the aspect of Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara in the center, this Buddha of compassion. Just visualize Chenrezig as a white being full of compassion, radiant. If you can't recall the aspect of Chenrezig, it's fine to just imagine this white light that is just the embodiment of compassion. So something that's just warm and radiant. Just feeling completely at ease. And as we begin to recite this precious mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, this mantra of compassion, the mantra of Chenrezig, you can imagine that rays of white light and nectar emanate from this amazing being in the center of the circle. Just come, these rays of nectar and light come to each of our crowns and just entering our bodies, completely filling us with this energy of compassion, of loving kindness. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani. Om Mani. Just imagine as we recite the mantra that this radiant energy, these rays of light radiating from Chenrezig, completely begin to fill our bodies, just purifying all of the negativities, the suffering, the difficulties, and that we become completely transformed and freed from the sufferings, from the diseases, the pains, the difficulties, and just completely full of this compassion of Chenrezig, this healing white nectar. And just think that just as this happens for us, so for each and every sentient being here, it's receiving this compassion in the form of nectars and rays of light from Chenrezig. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani oh, Mani Padme. 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 Oh, Mani Padme Hum. So just imagine again, our bodies are completely full of this nectar and filled with the compassion of Chenrezig. And let's recite the actual prayer now. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the second repetition. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So as we do this third repetition, just think that this prayer has been completely effective. This practice, we've set our motivation, we've recited the mantras, we've visualized this healing energy, this transforming compassion from Chenrezig. And then we've completed now with this, we're doing this final dedication prayer, and just really feel that this prayer has been completely effective for both ourselves and for all beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll finish up now with some of the dedication verses. I can share my screen again. So I'll just do these. I'll just do them in English, but just again, think about just completing this short, this 30 minutes of practice, of prayer, of visualization, of recitation, and doing this with this precious bodhicitta motivation. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Kind of running out of time. So let's do this. The dedication to be wish fulfilling for others. May I become like a wish granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Now sealing the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And let's just finish with the long life prayer for His Holiness, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much. I'm not sure who's coming on next.
Hi.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Hi. Thank you for your practice.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for coming on. How are you feeling? You're okay?
Yes, yes, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Ciao. Buongiorno a tutti, sono Lobsang Chodun, Agatha, del centro Chamchu Choling di Polava in Italia, fondato da Geshe Shetotten. Iniziamo questa meravigliosa preghiera visualizzando Chenrezig sul nostro capo e su quello di tutti gli esseri senzienti, in tutti gli universi. Mentre recitiamo questa preghiera, pensiamo che si emana luce che purifica tutte le apparizioni karchen. Il corpo, la parola e la mente di tutti gli esseri diventano Chenrezig. Unione delle apparenze del suono e della mente con la vacuità. Ogni pensiero, ogni suono, ogni visione, ogni sensazione dentro e fuori non sono altro che la manifestazione della parola corpo, parola e mente di Chenrezig. La nostra mente pura, la mente di chiara luce. L'ignoranza è come l'agitazione dell'oceano. L'oceano è la mente primordiale. Le onde, il movimento, sono l'agitazione mentale che oscura la pace, la profondità, la quiete dell'oceano. Durante la recitazione concentriamoci sulla nostra vera natura oceano e non sulle onde che comunque non hanno mai smesso di essere oceano. E se sorge un'onda, pensiero, che disturba, riconosciamola come manifestazione dell'oceano, riconoscendo il pensiero, la distrazione, l'emozione come manifestazione di Chenrezig, cioè espressione della sua infinita compassione, beatitudine e vacuità. Quindi leggiamo la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infiniti, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Adesso recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig con la visualizzazione di prima. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Adesso assorbiamo tutta la luce che abbiamo emanato dentro il nostro cuore, dentro Chenrezig nel nostro capo, che si assorbe dentro di noi. E dal nostro cuore, man mano che recitiamo la preghiera, emaniamo di nuovo luce a tutti gli esseri senzienti, a tutti i malati di Covid, ai medici, alle infermiere e a tutti quelli che operano in campo sanitario, ma anche ai politici e tutte le persone che sono malate, a tutti i nostri maestri e a tutti gli esseri viventi, nessuno escluso. La luce esce, purifica e aiuta e guarisce tutte le persone, poi rientra sempre nel nostro cuore. E leggiamo la meravigliosa parola Vajra del Mahasi da Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera che libera Satya dalle malattie. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualsiasi sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere. Siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, col potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, delle malattie dei buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, da malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causata dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi, causata dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e da altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possa queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possa tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie buddhas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie, come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo della mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi, causata dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rati supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie del Buddhas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose. I 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causata dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Passiamo alla strofa di dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca e causa, effetto e l'origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, ovunque possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losanrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli del vittorioso e ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stadi delle supreme beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Possa io considerarli ancora più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro, fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Come l'eroe Manjushri, per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti da esistere dalla loro parte. Possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente queste virtù affinché possa seguirle nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losam Rakpa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello, che esaudisci tutti i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti e lascio la parola all'Istituto Chenrezig.
It looks like we've lost Venerable Agata.
Gone beyond. Gone completely beyond.
Is that okay if you take over, Venerable Sarah?
This is not a replay. This is live.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi.
no, cool. What time is it there?
2:30.
In the morning, yeah. Mm.
Yeah.
So it's 10:15 here in Kathmandu Valley.
Do you drink coffee?
I just had a cup of tea. I'm English.
Thank you so much for bringing this energy and keeping me awake, and for all your efforts.
Let's see if you do stay awake.
It starts getting a bit difficult now, but thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, so actually, it's yeah, no. So you want to go to sleep, just go to sleep. Is there much you have to do? You have to do much, or?
Well, I haven't woken up to anybody screaming out like, Chenrezig Institute, what are you doing? Where are you? But I have, I did wake up and I had no idea where I was a couple of times.
All night Chenrezig, like all night Tara. I've actually fallen asleep leading Nongnays.
Yeah.
I've actually fallen asleep leading pujas. So I'm woken up.
Everyone's just looking at you.
In fact, I was in Australia at the Mahamudra retreat in Adelaide, 2004 with Rinpoche, and I was helping to lead the retreat, and actually fell asleep during the thing. And Rinpoche asked me a question, and Venerable Elsa was sitting next to me, and Yeshikadra was on the other side. And Rinpoche asked me a question, and I was asleep. And I woke up and I answered the question. And Elsa looked at me, she said, "How did you do that?"
Wow.
So there you go, coffee time. Okay, so Chenrezig, what does someone come and take over from you, or you do the night?
5:30.
Oh, really?
Someone will be here. But my life has just been getting better and better since I started helping out with the prayerathon. So yeah.
I think it's the same with Venerable Damche, actually. I think his life is getting better and better.
Yeah, we live for it.
as your caffeine.
Yeah, and
Chenrezig caffeine.
Yeah, and it might just keep going and going for years to come. So we'll see.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It was interesting because I was actually thinking to myself today or yesterday, I was thinking Bendigo should be doing that. They've got this beautiful stupa. They should be beaming out. And then I thought, no, it's got to be Chenrezig. You guys are Chenrezig. You got to be doing it. But you really won out. All the centers that are doing this Zooming and really, took it on and did it, they're all winning. You're all winning the COVID thing because you're all becoming like everyone is just beaming into you and you're beaming out.
Yeah. Yeah, we're supercharged here. Yeah.
Really amazing. I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Jason.
Thank you.
Anyway, so I'm gonna take over and do something. And to be quite honest, the reason I'm taking over is to give Damcha, Venerable Damcha, a bit of a break. And then whenever I say I'm taking over to give him a bit of a break, he tunes in, and I'm like, well, why are you tuning in? Taking over to give you a break, and you're tuning in. Anyway, that's how it is. It's the Chenrezig caffeine. It's the Thangtong Gyalpo buzz. Thangtong Gyalpo tango. So I have an hour here, assuming somebody comes at the end of the hour. And so I thought that I'd start again with just with this motivation that Rinpoche wrote because it's so beautiful, and then go to the prayer and do the mantra. So this is the Namrim motivation. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharmas, scriptures and realizations, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, to the glorious holy Gurus, I go for refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. So yeah, I think like from already we can visualize in the space in front the Guru, root Guru, who remember, the root Guru is actually the Dharmakaya holy mind of all the Buddhas. It's the omniscient mind of the Buddhas appearing in a form that they can communicate with us, they can talk to us, they can like show us everything, they can be our friends, our spiritual friend as well as our trusted friend. So that essence, which appears as His Holiness, as Rinpoche, as our personal guru, wherever it may be, that is now manifesting, taking the aspect of forearm in the space in front, very radiating, and the face has to be really smiling and beautiful, like you just don't want to stop looking. You just can. It's a bit like the stupa here in Bodhi. You don't want to stop looking at it. It's so radiating and so beautiful. So you just don't want to stop looking. Similar way, and for Chenrezig's in front of us, and you just look at the smiling, radiant, blissful face, and you just don't want to stop looking. You don't want to stop looking. You just immediately feel peaceful. Immediately feel calm. You feel centered. You feel like, oh, okay, it's okay, it's okay. So that is, so in front of us, the Guru, in the form of forearm Chenrezig, actually is embodying all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and all the objects of refuge, as it says in the refuge prayer. And then the radiating smile, white-colored holy body, and then sitting on the lotus, sun and moon disk, and then also remember you have the four arms, so the right holding crystal rosary, mine is to recite the mantra, the left is holding white lotus by the stem, and then at the heart, holding that precious wish-granting jewel, which symbolizes all sentient beings who are so precious and so kind. So there's nothing more precious and there's nothing more kind than sentient beings. And the crazy thing is, those that harm us, those that give us a really hard time, they're the most precious ones. And those are the ones that help us to get enlightened really fast. So we are cherishing them. We are holding them right at our heart. And that's what hold them right at the very heart. Whatever you do, do for them. So that's what the Guru Chenrezig is showing us. Don't push them away. Don't get upset with them. Just bring them really close and cherish them with all your heart. And those evil-minded ones, the sort of abusive ones, difficult ones, ones criticized, all those are so precious, so kind, so precious, so kind. It's very, very, almost impossible to even believe this. But then we see the gurus, we see His Holiness, we see Rinpoche, and we see them doing it, and we see them effortlessly doing this. And so, how precious is the guru, you know? So there they are. There is Guru Chenrezig in front, and then surrounding us, of course, we have mother and father this life, whether they're alive or not, on either side. Then the enemies in front, those who find difficult in front and behind, our friends, relatives, and around all sentient beings. And all these sentient beings in 6 realms, but you know, they're all in human form. So that makes it much easier. And with the human body, they can understand, they can take refuge, and you know, they can get in, they can progress along the path. So you think they're all around us, and we're leading them, and we're all looking at Guru Chenrezig. Guru Chenrezig smiling and beaming at us, really happy. And you know, Guru Chenrezig is not saying anything, but like when you look at Guru Chenrezig, just like everything is there, the answer to everything is there. Just that joy, that incredible feeling you get when you're in the presence of the Guru. That unconditional love. Okay, and then we focus on Chenrezig as we recite these words. And what are we saying? Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma scripture realizations, principle of those eyes intending virtue, the glorious holy Gurus, I go for refuge. Please, Guru Chenrezig, bless my mind to become Dharma, the Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Well, we don't have compassion in the mind, we will have obstacles. If we have self-cherishing, we will have obstacles. If we don't have self-cherishing, we won't have obstacles. Well, the obstacles don't have to be obstacles. Until I achieve the state of full enlightenment, please bless me, just like Junonozang and Tatungu, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action. See whatever actions are done as pure, and accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body, with freedoms and richness, is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action and result is so profound, and the suffering the evil gone transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear. And to therefore go for refuge from the depths of my heart. Is the sound working? And to therefore go for refuge in the depths of my heart, to the 3 rare sublime ones, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, abandon negative karma, and accomplish virtue according to Dhamma. Dependence upon that, even though I achieve merely the higher rebirth of a devil or human, I'll have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara due to being under the control of the unabandoned disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well upon the way of cycling samsara, please ask me to follow continuously day and night the path of the 3 types of precious trainings, the principal method to be liberated from samsara. And dependence upon that, even though I achieve mere liberation for myself, please bless me to see that there is no sentient being of the 6 types who has not been my father and mother. and thinking it must fulfill their purpose, might turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness of nirvana, generate the precious thought of enlightenment, by equalizing, exchanging myself with others, and conduct to the bodhisattvas by practicing the 6 parameters and so on. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time will not upset me, please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings, by protecting my vows and samaya at the cost of my life. I quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajradhara in just this one brief lifetime of degenerate times. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Give up my body, enjoyments and wealth, and even all virtues of the 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all, I'll pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it's best to now give it away to sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings, to use however they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on, let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, it may never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. Become a safe guide for those who've entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, actualize knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth, and so on, and like space. May I always be the means of living in many ways for the innumerable sentient beings. Yeah, so actually, one of the first teachings I ever received, I met Lama Zopa Rinpoche in 1982 and went to a Copan course, not really knowing what I was getting into at all, actually, kind of kicking and screaming, but the karma was there. And the first teachings that I ever received from Rinpoche was on this verse from Shantideva, to become like the 4 great elements. And I vividly recall this being I have to say being when I talk about Rinpoche, because he just was not like anything I had ever met or experienced in this lifetime. He had never met anything like this, never seen anything like this. The closest I could relate to was, this is Jesus. I just had no idea. It was so overwhelming to see him being like this, full of compassion. And he was, I thought we were going to learn how to meditate, but of course, Rinpoche spent so much time talking about kindness of the mother and sentient beings. And he explained this verse, how we should pray to become like the earth that sentient beings walk on and use to grow crops and build houses, that we should pray to become like the air that sentient beings need to breathe, that we should pray to become like water that sentient beings use to drink, that sentient beings use to wash in, that we should pray to become like the space that sentient beings need to move around in, to fly in, that we should pray to become like the fire, a heat that sentient beings need to keep for warmth, to cook. And I mean, did you ever hear that from anybody at school, at university, at college? Somebody saying that you should pray to become like the elements. Now you should pray to become whatever sentient beings need, whatever others need. Did you ever hear that? Rather than being told, oh, you should go out there and take care of number one, and think about yourself first, and don't be pushed around. And I never heard anything like that. And of course, when Rinpoche said it, he meant it. It was completely from the heart. This was the heart advice, the heart instruction. Be whatever others need. Be whatever they need. Joyfully be whatever they need. Well, of course, at our level, how can we be the air and the earth and the sky? But we can pray that way, and there you go. And she put together this prayer, so every morning we pray that way, even if we just say the words, praying to become like the earth and the sky and the air and space. It's really, I just 38 years later, and I still feel moved to the core when I think of myself as a young 22-year-old meeting with a being like Rinpoche, who could give a teaching like that. And how could you be so fortunate in this life to meet someone like this, who not only meant it, but who lives it, who absolutely every moment and every second of the day exists for the tiniest insect to be whatever they need. So I don't want to just skip over that verse, because that verse really just expresses the whole practice here. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being, equaling the limitless sky, might always be the cause of their means of living in every way, until they all attain to sorrowless state. Yeah, and that is the heartbeat of the Guru. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long may I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. Well, there you go. And so, this is the Guru, isn't it? That unimaginable compassion, omniscient mind, that inexhaustible energy, never tires, repeating again and again and again. Even where as dull as a door, I don't know how dull can you get, but they don't care. They just endlessly giving, helping, whatever we need. So imagine, that in the form, essence is our Guru like that. Form is forearm Chenrezig, all sentient beings at the heart, wish granting, wish fulfilling. Nothing more precious than sentient beings. I remember one time I was with Rinpoche, and there was a small insect, and a nun, she saw it. Someone was about to tread on it, so she picked it up on a piece of paper, and she showed Rinpoche. She gave it to Rinpoche, and Rinpoche put his hands together and he said, "Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nothing more precious than a sentient being." Yeah, there's nothing more precious than a sentient being. And of course, then Rinpoche did prayers. I remember one time in New Zealand. It was in New Zealand. Yeah, I was staying in a house, and windows were all sealed, and the doors were sealed. And so many flies had died, and Rinpoche told the nun to go around and sweep up all the dead flies, and then bring it on a piece of paper and put in front of him, so he could spend hours doing prayers for all those dead bodies of the flies that had died that night, that day. It's inexhaustible compassion, inconceivable compassion. And that's what we and all sentient beings, the six realms, in human form, aware how we have suffered since beginning this time because of cherishing the I, because of wrong views, and because of just this ignorance and all the other delusions. We've been suffering since beginning this time, thinking, wanting happiness, running after happiness, in reality just creating more causes of suffering. And here we are, we've met with perfect guides. We've met with Guru Chenrezig in human form, guiding us, receive teachings and practices, have a precious human life. We have everything right now, we're learning. So, surrounded by all sentient beings, suffering since beginning this time, not one single suffering we haven't experienced. We will continue to suffer until we put an end to the causes, and we're all taking refuge now in Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig, requesting, please guide, please help. Now, this life, future lives, all future lives, please be the Guru. So this is similar, this request that we have in the Guru Puja, when we make the strong one-pointed request. You are the Guru, you are the Guru, you are the Yidam, you are the Dakinis and Dharma protectors in this life, future lives. Always be there, guide us. So with that kind of longing and yearning, we take refuge. And imagine all sentient beings around us taking refuge. So this refuge prayer is from Chenrezig himself. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds at Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds at Dhammakaya. So think Guru Chenrezig is extremely pleased. And then imagine that infinite nectar beams, light rays come from Guru Chenrezig's holy body, and they they touch every single sentient being. So the tip of each beam is Guru Chenrezig, blessing all sentient beings, transforming them into Chenrezig, clearing away all the sufferings, all the causes of sufferings. So of course we're focusing on those who are suffering from the COVID-19, those who are sick, those who are dying, and those who have died, those who have survived but have the effects of the COVID, and those who are grieving, and those who, yeah, in an intermediate state. And then, of course, those who are suffering financially because of all the economic downturn in the world. But then more generally, all the sickness that sentient beings experience. So the cause of that sickness being the karma delusions. And then from these wrong views, wrong concepts, then disturbs the inner winds, chakras, channels, drops. And then from that, we have the external sicknesses, and then of course we have all the bacteria and viruses and things. So eliminating not just the sufferings, temporary, and causes of all these different sufferings, economic, physical, mental, emotional, cause so much depression right now. People unraveling, so much anger, abuse. Also the causes. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Okay, so let's just focus now on the beings in the hell realms. You think of all the different types of suffering in the hell realms. There's suffering in the hot hells, cold hells, neighboring hells, occasional hells. There's really excruciating, indescribable suffering that beings go through. And imagine the cooling waters and light rays clearing away all that suffering. And all the hell beings transforming into Chenrezig and reciting the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Think of all sentient beings in the hungry ghost realms, suffering from this indescribable starvation, hunger, thirst, as well as the fear and the exhaustion. And then, those who find food but run towards it and then chased away, or it disappears, or they put it in their mouths and just burns them up completely and causes pain. Or them, their necks are tied in knots, so they just can't enjoy anything at all. Times that we've experienced that in our lives, others experiencing, there's so many others. I think the nectars and light rays coming from Chenrezig, clearing away all the suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And all the hungry ghosts transform into Chenrezig and recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Well, let's think about all the beings in the animal realms. So think about all the beings in the ocean. So numberless beings in the ocean, these tiny plankton fish. So many of them. And so get caught up in the nets and caught, but then anyway, when in the ocean, they're constantly being eaten by other big creatures, or the big creatures are being fed off by smaller creatures. So just incessant. And then the mammals, those on earth, those under the earth, all the other creatures, all the little insects and reptiles, down to the tiniest insects, and then all the birds, and then of course all the mosquitoes, cockroaches. Well, there's so many, even in one small piece of earth, one small hill. So many creatures, so many ants, just unimaginable number. So you think how many in one field? So many, so many, so many, so many, so many. In one country, so many, so many, so many, so many. In one house, so many, so many. I am born in this unfortunate rebirth. So difficult to balance. What they need is merit. So imagine they're all reciting, they're all being blessed by Chenrezig and purifying them of all the negative karma that caused them to be born in these states. They're all gaining the merit, they're all becoming Chenrezig, they're all reciting the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani bebe, 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 omani bebe. Omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe. Nani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe, omani bebe. So now let's focus on all the human beings in this world. So numberless human beings. There's so many now who are starving, living in war zones. And then all those who are sick, all those who are living out in the streets, all those who are dying now, those who are being born, those who are being abused. So many living in abuse situations, those who are struggling to provide for their families. So many human beings who are suffering in different ways. So you can think, from those who are very obviously suffering, but then if you really think about it, and you go through the different types of human beings that we meet. At the beginning, of course, people seem very okay, but the longer you talk to them, you start to find they're experiencing suffering. And then right up to those who are rich and powerful, but again, they're suffering. Suffer from jealousy, suffer from pride, they suffer from all kinds of different sufferings that they have. They can't find happiness. Even they have everything, but they can't be satisfied. And of course, there's the fear of losing it. And think of all the world leaders, and think of all the spiritual leaders. So imagine that the nectar beams, light coming from forearm Chenrezig, and purifying all their sufferings. And they all become Chenrezig, and they all recite the mantra. So the whole world is filled, all the space is filled with the roaring sound of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani bebe om 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 Om mani bebe 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 om. Oh, there, so now you can think about all the hellbound beings and all the hungry ghosts and all the animals and then all human beings all transformed into Chenrezig, and they're all reciting the mantra. And the sound of the mantra resonates throughout all of space, like a roaring, roaring sound. And then let's focus on the, the demigods, so the Asura beings. Let me see, Asura beings, demigods. Devas. So then, of course, they, on the one hand, they have this, very comfortable lives. On the other hand, their minds are racked by jealousy because they see others that have more than themselves. So they're not, no matter how much they have, but can't be happy. So they go to war with the Asura beings, and they always lose. So it's just, this tormented mind. So imagine that, they all seek refuge in Chenrezig, and then the blessings, light, rays, mantra come from Chenrezig, and their minds are cleared of all the delusions, the ignorance, jealousy, pride, so forth. They all transform into Chenrezig. They all recite mantra. Om mani bebe, 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 om mani bebe. Mani bebe, om 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe, om 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 mani bebe. Om mani bebe, 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 om. So now what do we have left? We have all the Asura beings, have all the God realm beings. So on the one hand, it looks like they have this incredible pleasures and so forth, but of course at time of death, they suffer because they see that they're going to lose everything. And then it's said that those 7 days, which are immeasurably long before they die, then the suffering that they experience, knowing that they're going to lose everything, is far worse than the suffering that the beings have in the lowest hell realms. So think that they also take refuge in Chenrezig in front and recite the mantra, and the nectars and light rays come and then blesses them, purifies them. They all become Chenrezig or recite the mantra. Om mani bebe, 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 om mani bebe. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now think that all the beings of 6 realms, they've all transformed into Chenrezig. They're all reciting the mantra, and sound of the mantra is resonating throughout those 6 realms. And now we're going to focus on the intermediate state beings, so those beings who have passed away recently, and they're looking to take rebirth. And they can be tormented by fears. They can be experiencing all kinds of different visions. So imagine that Chenrezig is there, Chenrezig is guiding, and that they hear the sound of the mantra, and they themselves start to resonate with the sound of the mantra, and that they're guided to good rebirth, and they all become Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So they're all the beings in 6 realms in the intermediate state. They all become Chenrezig and dedicate all the merit from doing this recitation, reciting the mantra, following the Guru's instructions. So much merit. Dedicate for every single one of them. That's what they need is merit. And now let's recite the mantra for all the Sangha, so that they're never separated from compassion, along with practicing the 3 high trainings and keeping the vows purely and doing the practice of study, reflection, meditation, that they're never separated from compassion. Vaitita, wanting to seek enlightenment for all sentient beings, always guided by Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. We're going to recite this round of Om Mani Padme Hum, Chenrezig mantra, for the benefactors, who support the Sangha, who support all different projects, who support, monasteries and centers and printing books and helping the poor and feeding the needy. So many incredible people out there who are doing amazing work, supporting healing and education and helping. So for them to never be separated from Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. And now this final round, we're going to recite for all the gurus, long life, the holy wishes be fulfilled. So the gurus who are in reality all Chenrezig, inseparable from Chenrezig. So just think that now all the beings have all become Chenrezig, and the whole of space is filled with the sound of Om Mani Padme Hum resonating. With the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we're going to recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of gross spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Yeah, so through the power of the truth of this prayer by the holy being Thangtong Gyalpo, and then of course this prayer was recommended to recite by many of our gurus, some secretaries, and as well as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche and His Holiness, and quite amazing. So through following their advice and instruction, may this be fulfilled immediately. I have no doubt that this happens. And again, all the merit and virtue that has arisen from this session, and from all the sessions, and from all the prayerathons, of all the virtue accumulated by everyone involved with the prayerathons. I would dedicate that again to every single sentient being in all six realms. So what they need is the merit. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet arisen, arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not decrease, but instead increase more and more. And samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and defend arising unbetraying. Seek of blessings, discern the meaning of negativist thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. So this whole practice that we've just done is like an illusion. It doesn't exist inherently, doesn't exist by its own nature, and yet it does exist and function. It does have a result. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all the sickness without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then to dedicate for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, wish granting, wish fulfilling joy, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then, of course, for Rinpoche, so these two lamas who embody great compassion, who are Chenrezig in human form, through illuminating all your appearance as far as the darkness, your clear mind knows the 84,000 heaps of Dharma, power, the remedy to the 84,000 delusions. You're proclaiming dependent arising itself as victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship supremely kind, great Vajradhara, my crown. Clarifying the scriptures and realizations, teachings of the Muni, you, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they've not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors yourself, you bear hardships with patience. And you'll continue in this realization of the perfection of wisdom, subtle, dependent arising, precious jewel, Lord possessing love and compassion, who liberates upon seeing, treasury of mastery of the all arising interpretive and definitive scriptures, supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion. You, Rinpoche, guide all beings in the path to liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, our Guru, please remain forever. She who protects from the fears of 3 times Aryatara, please increase the lifespans and activities of the beings who preserve the Holy Dharma, and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible teachings of the 3 roots. They all be auspicious. Yeah, so there you go. So today I did 3 sessions in the morning at the stupa, and then I did another session, and now I just finished 2 sessions.
I am the next.
Elio. That is so funny. I thought there was nobody at all. Je pensais qu'il n'y a rien de personne, il y a beaucoup de personnes.
Oui.
Bonjour, ça va?
Ça va très bien.
Très bien. So, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
And,
et peut-être à une prochaine fois. See you next time. Okay.
See you next time.
Goodbye.
Au revoir. À bientôt.
Eh bien, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc, on va commencer la session avec le français. Et donc, on a Alain, Marie-Françoise, je vois encore, Guillaume, Jacqueline, Christian, Claudine, Maria. Voilà, écoutez, tout le monde est là. Donc, oui, je dois faire le partage d'écran. Alors, on va essayer de faire le partage d'écran. le partage d'écran. Ça vient. C'est pas celui-là, c'est un autre. Voilà. Là, on y est. Hein. Donc, on va faire cette session de prière pour la guérison de la pandémie, comme nous avons maintenant l'habitude de la faire. Et j'ai ma liste de dédicaces, oui, voilà. Ah non, ici, on ne fait pas les dédicaces, c'est vrai. Pardon. Voilà. On y pense quand même. Donc, voilà, on est on est au milieu de cette pandémie qui va, qui vient, qui agite le monde, qui contrarie le monde, qui perturbe beaucoup de gens, y compris parmi les politiques, on ne sait pas très bien quoi faire. Alors nous, dans cette espèce d'agitation continuelle, où personne n'est content de rien, on va essayer de mettre notre petit moment de calme, de tranquillité, de souhait, de sincérité, en pensant à tous les êtres qui sont justement dans cette agitation, dans cette souffrance, en espérant que bientôt les conditions seront réunies pour que tout le monde puisse retrouver une vie apaisée, en espérant que ceux qui souffrent de la maladie puissent recevoir les traitements adéquats, et puis tous les autres êtres qui sont malades dans le monde, en dehors du Covid, qu'ils puissent aussi recevoir les soins qui leur sont nécessaires, le réconfort dont ils ont besoin, et que toutes les personnes qui par le monde en ce moment même quittent la vie, que toutes ces personnes aient une bonne renaissance et que nos prières puissent les accompagner, les protéger là où elles seront. Donc, nous commençons par une petite méditation, comme à l'accoutumée, sur les 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et nous voyons combien l'équanimité est importante maintenant, en ces périodes difficiles où tout le monde est agité par les sentiments les plus divers. L'équanimité, simplement le fait d'avoir tout le monde en face de soi comme des amis. À nouveau, n'avoir que des amis en face de soi. Avoir la même considération pour tout le monde. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puissent-ils les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Évidemment, le seul bonheur qui dure, le seul bonheur qui ne soit pas factice, c'est le bonheur de l'éveil. Tous les autres bonheurs ne sont que des formes de souffrance déguisées. Et justement, comme ce serait merveilleux, si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance, puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Parce que tant que les êtres sont englués dans la souffrance, dans les contradictions, dans l'ignorance, on ne peut pas réellement entamer un chemin vers la libération. L'esprit est trop occupé par la gestion de cette souffrance, par la lutte à vouloir y échapper. Mais notre ignorance fait qu'on veut y échapper de la mauvaise façon, en ne prenant pas les bonnes décisions, en ne suivant pas les bons conseils. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur, des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puisse-t-il ne jamais en être séparé? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'il n'en soit jamais séparé? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc maintenant maintenant que nous avons généré la bonne motivation, nous pouvons venir à cette prière que nous allons faire, qui est une requête à Chenrezig. Et donc, Chenrezig, nous pouvons l'imaginer au-dessus de nous, et au-dessus de tous les êtres, au-dessus de tout l'univers, au-dessus de toute la terre, partout où il y a des êtres qui souffrent. Et là, spécifiquement, nous pensons à la pandémie. Et donc, nous pouvons visualiser au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres existants dans l'espace, un lotus blanc, et sur ce lotus blanc, un disque de lune. Dessus, il y a la lettre Chen et la lettre Ri, qui est blanche, et de laquelle apparaît Chenrezig, le noble Chenrezig. Il est blanc, il est lumineux, il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs, c'est un être de lumière, son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, et vraiment, quand il regarde l'étendue de notre ignorance, l'étendue des bêtises que nous pouvons faire, vraiment, il nous regarde avec toute la compassion d'une mère qui regarde ses enfants. De ces 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes. Les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Donc c'est un être éveillé, la peau de biche est le symbole de l'éveil. Et il est assis dans la posture de lotus. Une lune immaculée est là derrière lui. Et donc il représente l'ensemble de tous les êtres de refuge, l'ensemble de tous les êtres auxquels on puisse prendre refuge. Et donc on essaie de générer par rapport à lui beaucoup de foi, beaucoup de dévotion. Nous allons compter sur lui pour réaliser les vœux de la prière. Donc on va réciter cette prière. J'ai encore une voix qui est un petit peu éteinte, je suis désolé. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc maintenant, nous allons réciter le mani, au moins un mala, peut-être deux, on verra. O mani padme hum, 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 O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O 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 mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, 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 padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, padme hum, mani 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 O mani padme hum, 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 O mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, 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 O mani padme hum, 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 O mani padme hum, 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 O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, O mani O mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, O mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Et maintenant, on va passer à la récitation de la prière proprement dite. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, quitter à la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais. Et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, quitter à la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, quitter à la bouchée, menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puisse dédicacer ses prières être pleinement exaucées. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies, les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui telles un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit à l'instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspirés dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement affligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces ses prières, être pleinement exaucées. On refait encore une fois. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies, les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde, puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit à un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde, puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspirés dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicacer ses prières être pleinement exaucées. Et peut-être encore une fois, puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies, les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher, menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspirés dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicacer ses prières être pleinement exaucées. Et donc là, nous avons terminé la prière. On va pouvoir passer aux dédicaces. Jancho Sencho Rinpoche, Ma Kye Panam Kye Yochi, Kie panyam pame payam gone gong du pelwacho Giwadi Yududa Lama Song Yedo Yone Doa Chikya Malupa Te Salagepacho. Grâce au mérite des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, les famines, la torture, la pauvreté et les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés, et puisse la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps, et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et maintenant, la prière de longue vie de sa sainteté, le Dalai Lama. Gori rawe kawe chinkam di pentang dewa malu jongwene Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team cité partout thank you Chik. Et la prière de la nuit pour le Lama Zopa, vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux 3 rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et donc là, nous pouvons arrêter le plein écran, puisque nous avons pratiquement terminé. Je ne sais pas qui est le prochain.
I'm next.
Ah, hello.
Hello. Back to English. Sorry.
Then it's you now. If I finish, and see you later. And good day.
Merci.
Merci. Au revoir. Et au revoir tout le monde.
Merci Elio. Au revoir.
Merci.
Back to the English, folks. Sorry about that. Oh, it's lovely to hear these prayers in all the different languages in which we are fortunate enough to have them. So thank you to all the translators, without whom I would have never met Tibetan Buddhism. So I'm Tendrin, I'm in Florida in the United States. So let's take a moment to really strengthen our visualization of being surrounded by all sentient beings. So here we are sitting during these practices. The father of this life is to our right. Our mother of this life is to our left. And all their ancestors, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, our great-grandmothers, and all their loved ones, their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, our siblings, their partners, their children, our partners, sitting around us. We'll be leading them in these prayers because we do these prayers for them. And not just for our loved ones or the friends of our loved ones or the loved ones of our loved ones, but also all those who are strangers in this life, because they haven't always been strangers. And then all the people who agitate us or whom we agitate are in the space in front of us. So we're in the center of the sea of sentient beings, saying prayers for them. So we're so fortunate to have teachers who give us this advice, who show us the way to accumulate merit, to remove our obstacles to happiness, help us create the causes of happiness and end the causes of suffering. And we want to think about all those who are being affected by this pandemic, those who've lost their jobs, those who have uncertainty around them all the time, those who have fallen ill, those who have already passed away, all those who loved them, everyone whose lives have been touched. So we say these prayers for them. All those beings in the bardo, our prayers can help them have better conditions in their next life. How fortunate we are that we can help in this way, hook the enlightened activities of all the holy beings, rely on the Buddha, who is the embodiment of all our gurus. So in front of the sea of sentient beings, we can picture in our mind's eye the presence of Shakyamuni Buddha. And of course, the enlightened beings are always around us, ready to help us as soon as the cause arises. So in the space in front, there's a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus and moon and sun mandalas. On top of this sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of the conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold, and he has a Upanisha on the top of his head. Shakyamuni Buddha has one face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. It's medicinal nectar, the nectar that can cure us of all our negativities. It's wearing the saffron robes of a monk and is adorned by the marks and signs. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra position in the center of an aura of light rays. Sitting around him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, Buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings on a faultless throne sits the Dharma, explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. So think, from beginningless time until now, I and all mother sentient beings have been experiencing the various general sufferings of samsara numberless times. At this time, we've received this precious human rebirth, qualified by the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses. These are difficult to find. We have the leisure time to actually be able to sit here, do these practices recommended by our teacher. And we know there's so many sentient beings who don't have these conditions, who haven't met the teachings. We know we're being taught how to create a good future rebirth, how to become liberated from the sufferings of samsara, and even how to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. And this is all through the power of the Buddha, our teachers who bring us the Dharma. So who can protect us from all these sufferings of samsara? Only these enlightened ones abiding in front of us. So we'll set our motivation according to the practice that Rinpoche has asked us to recite. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So imagine that a replica of Shakyamuni Buddha absorbs into you, and you are transformed into Shakyamuni Buddha. Light rays radiate from you, blessing all sentient beings, also transforming them into the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. Think how wonderful. But knowing that this is just our imagination and that all sentient beings still have their delusions. Imagine in front of us, in front of all these sentient beings that surround us, 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and a moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful, decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, try to visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, entering all sentient beings, the crowns of their heads, freeing them from all causes of suffering, freeing us from all the causes of suffering, and filling us with all the causes of happiness. So really refresh your visualization of being surrounded by all mother sentient beings, stretching out throughout space. Receiving these light rays from Chenrezig's heart, bringing them everything that we need in this moment for all temporal and ultimate happiness. So we'll recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, for a few minutes. So really try to have that sense of being surrounded by all your loved ones, their loved ones, everyone. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum.